So a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Campbelltown Oval, the home of the Robins, for the representative game. It's the Mornington Peninsula coming over from Victoria on tour. Already had one game against the Northern Juniors, and they played very nicely with one win and one loss. A win for the boys and a loss for the girls on the Saturday. And now they come to Campbelltown and they take on the might of the biggest junior competition in Tasmania, the STJFL. It's Andrew Silverfox Hopwood in the main commentary tower here, and I'm joined by Fabian Ackroyd. Fabian, this is a game we're very much looking forward to see the development of some of these young ladies. And I was just thinking to myself before, and I'm very pleased that you are a reigning senior coach and also, of course, the under-15 A1 division premiership coach, so you know about these girls, how much they grow in the off-season.
It's huge, Hoppy. It's fantastic to see the girls up here so early in the season, and the competitions put on an event like this, which is great, and they certainly do go very, very quickly. It's
one of the things I was interested in. I was talking a few moments ago to Andrew Suter, the president of the Mornington Peninsula, and it's great that these kids go on, that the Steelers go on tour. They normally have two tours a year. They have this one, which has been going on for a number of years, to Tasmania, and then they also go to New Zealand. So I think it's a wonderful thing that they do. So they learn about hydration, what it's like to be on tour, what it's like to represent not only your club but your whole community while you're away. So it's a really good learning experience.
Yeah, what a super initiative it is by that particular competition. And not only just the hydration and playing against other girls, but learning to travel with teammates and being away from home's a really big thing. And especially if you want to take your football further, it's coming from Tassie and in the Mornington Peninsula, it is something that I guess you've got to get used to fairly quickly.
I like the idea of rep football, Fabian. Where do you sit on it? I personally liked it as a person who's played in it and or coached in it. So you get an opportunity to play with the best in your league, but also to form those different friendship groups.
Definitely, I'm a big fan of rep footy. I think it's fantastic. Always have been, and I fully support it.
So for the people watching on, we welcome you to our coverage. It is the STJFL in the light blue, and the MPJFL, the Mornington Peninsula, in the white strip. Fantastic facility here too, Fabian. Very new club rooms, modern facility, right in the heart of Tasmania.
Fantastic. They've done very well, Campbelltown. They should be commended. It's a wonderful venue.
There is the siren as the ball is thrown aloft. They go up really high. It was Mead for the STJFL who got the tap out, but Mornington Peninsula go forward, and clunking that one, leading out, was Tollenden Glasman from Mount Martha. As we can see here, goes forward very quickly. Ball in dispute now, so we'll see how the STJFL are under a fair bit of pressure, trying to knock that ball out, brings it back in, goes back inside, looking for Toledo Glasman again. But gee whiz, Fabian, wasn't that wonderful movement of the ball by the MPJFL?
Absolutely. How good with the hands? She was fantastic. That was strong.
It certainly was. And there is Lanning. Lanning just tries to get that quick kick. Can't do so. Of course, it's really interesting as well, Fabian. It is a pre-season, so our expectation of the skill here, it is the best young ladies in their competitions, but it is early in the season. We have to be very conscious of that fact.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting. I know that certainly with our group of girls, it's been a bit of a mixed bag with their ability to train and touch the football so early with so many other sports.
You can see there that was Maddie Ward doing a really good job to hold that one in, as it's a minute in play and the ball has only been down the Mornington Peninsula end. You can see here very stoic performances. That's cleverly around the body on the wrong side as well, showing very deft touch with both sides of the body. That's one of the really good skill sets, Fabian, isn't it? If when you are in trouble, you can just get yourself out by going on the wrong side of your body.
Definitely, just the basics of football. Hoppy, left and right feet.
There was lovely play there by Rawson, who got it away quickly. This is good transition of play now. Terrific work as they go forward again. I think that was Ackroyd picks it up. She's really one of those fleet of foot. Goes a strong tackle, goes back in to get it again. Sorry, that was Bradburn, I apologise. Now it goes back, it's Mead. Big, strong, long kick. Maybe the only thing there, Fabian, just lower the eyes a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. The Mornington Peninsula are setting up really well behind the football. Every time that the South have touched the football, they've got numbers behind it, which is good.
So there was Ward. The set upon there, well played by Ledbetter, who is the vice captain. I like the way they're teamed up out towards Terry. Terry, long raking kick, goes for the width of the boundary line, and that one has gone over. So a little bit of a glimpse of the way the STJFL went forward. How did you see the differences between the two teams, Fabian?
I think it's pretty early at the moment, but the STJFL do seem to have a little bit more system in the regards to the way that they're moving the ball forward. But it is only very early.
That was O'Rourke who went up. She's very slight. I'll be interested to see there whether they did actually have to nominate who was going up. Not a big fan of that rule, to be honest, Fabian.
No.
Where you sit on that one,
no,
where
I'm
you
the
put your
same.
hands up. If the ball's thrown in, it was a little bit errant on the throw-in, and if you're closest to it, why not go for it? As that was O'Rourke again. She's got the helmet on, a good handball. That's a beautiful, strong tackle. I think that might have been, talking of strong, it was Sophie Strong, plays with the Sandy Bay Football Club.
Yeah, Sophie's had a couple of good efforts with tackling early. She's, I know that coaching against her, she's very strong in that area.
Of course, you know a lot of these young ladies very, very intimately, given you've coached a lot of them, Fabian, or against them.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great to see them all playing in the one side together now, which is excellent.
So that was Monks, who was a really good target. I liked the way there. She didn't get the ball, but it was a quick follow-up. It was O'Rourke again trying to go for that second effort. Comes out towards Rogers, but that is going to be a free kick, and that's going to Ledbetter, who... oh, no, I apologise. It's the STJFL. It's early in the season for the old commentator as well, as Thomas has taken a very strong mark. Just decided to go that long kick and just drifting across. That's a strong tackle. Some confusion on which way that was going to go, but I would have paid the free kick to the STJFL.
Yeah,
and one of the things, Fabian, mate, is the tackling in the girls' competition.
Hasn't it improved? It's I think the fundamentals, like you mentioned earlier, with kicking and handballing, but certainly the tackling, that the young ladies have no fear.
Yep.
They attack it fairly vigorously, which is great.
It's great to see on the Mood Food replay there, on highlighting some of that wonderful tackles that go in. There is Hoffer. She can't get, as she was dispossessed, but that comes back inside now. And Argus has taken that, gets a quick give and go as they don't muck around, getting toward the true centre half forward position. This is an area of danger as the STJFL magnificently picked that one up, and space is the friend. So that was really nicely done in the last line of defence there. I think that might have been Lamprell.
Yeah, May Lamprell's actually a really good player. She plays a lot of defence for her side down there at Kingston, and she mops it up really nicely. She's one to watch today for sure.
What I liked about that, Fabian, when she came out, it would have been easy for her to get sucked in and go to a contest, but I liked the way she just went for space.
Yeah, she's a smart player.
So that ball goes back in. Again, it was Rawson who was up, who tapped it out for the STJFL. It's off the hands and out of bounds. So, excuse me, we are nearly 6 minutes in and still haven't got a score. Ball going out now. Picked up by the STJFL by their hands. It is O'Rourke. O'Rourke gets another handball out, and nicely played here as the Mornington Peninsula picked that one up. Again, the give and go. Going out wide here towards that open side of the ground. Big crowd starting to form here as well. We've got the boys coming up next, and I think a great tackle. It is, Fabian. Nicely done. You can see a few of the caravans and things behind. I reckon a few people decided, oh, there's a football match and it is going to be of a good standard. Let's stop and have a look at the game. And so now it is the STJFL through the agency of Eva Downey. And I can just say again, Fabian, especially in the female football, girls, and please take this the right way, but the girls sometimes traditionally are more not a natural action to kick. But these young ladies have been playing for so many years. It's just a very natural action. They just look like footballers, don't they?
And I think as they continue to develop, that'll get stronger as well, Hop.
I agree.
There's sort of a couple of slight different standards here. You know, the Mornington Peninsula do seem to be working the ball a little bit better forward now after it's settled, but the STJFL do seem to tackle a little bit better and seem to be stronger around the footy. Yeah,
that was good play by Butterworth, who got it inside. There is Tolando Glasman, held a little bit too long, and it's going to be an STJFL kick in the last line of defence.
Just another example of their strong tackling, the STJFL. They really can't be caught now doing that sort of thing and popping it back into a contest, because Mornington do run and carry the ball well.
As a coach in this sort of division, Fabian, is that something that you have worked on?
Yeah, definitely. We try and we've got a couple of different focus areas that we work on, and that's something that we try and remove ourselves from, and that's kicking back to a contest like that.
That was terrific their work there by Preshaw for the STJFL, who just things like that was behind the play, so went the team orientated play with the big fist, so the Mornington Peninsula didn't get a shot on goal. So again, it's 8.5 minutes gone in the first quarter. There is Lanning, who picked that one out, gets a quick handball over, showing great determination, the will to put that one forward. Deemed it was going to be a throw. Just trying to work out the angle here, Fabian. It is going to the Mornington Peninsula through Donovan. Donovan, I apologise, goes long. It's right on towards the line and just across. And accuracy was there, just didn't quite have the drive through on that arc on the kick. But it is the first score of the game, which sees the MPJFL, the Steelers, they are one behind to the STJFL, yet to get off the mark, but very, very even so far in the competition.
I think we're probably seeing too the benefit with Mornington having played a couple of games already together. Their teamwork just seems to be a little bit stronger in this early part of the game.
Yeah, so what you've alluded to already, it just might work into the game, the STJFL, as they're starting to had a couple of trainings, but getting to know each other. That's a very, very strong tackle there by Davis. And she has been rewarded for her efforts as she goes back now in the full-back position. She's just looking around now. Oh, this is courageous kick as she goes laterally across the ground. And unfortunately, on this particular occasion, it has been chipped in and a nice mark taken by Argus. That was a brave kick, Fabian.
A very brave kick. You certainly have to hit those ones, don't you, Hoppy? Left footer.
That kick comes in, and it is to the near side and through for the minor score. Well, there is one thing, Fabian, that we really do want to have a big shout out. So the two teams are playing for the Ambushay Mather Cup or Shield. And as we look here, of course, that's been played since 2017, and I believe this is the first time that the STJFL have been involved in this. It's normally been the NWJFL and the NTJFA, so I know the STJFL are very pleased to be part of this, and our big shout out to the Mather family and the Ambushay Mather Shield in her memory. Unfortunately, we do need to talk about a few things. If you're not okay, Fabian, it's okay not to be okay. If you're having any problems at all, you're feeling flat, talk to a friend.
Definitely. It's a lot braver to chat to somebody than it is to hold it in, Hoppy, that's for sure.
Very much so. So that's what it's all about. Be part of your football community. Be amongst your friends. So that kick comes in. That's a beautiful kick. As we'll have a look at that on the Mood Food replay. Has drilled that one through.
That's just some good reward. Their forward pressure was fantastic then, Mornington. They really held the ball in centre forward, and that was just a great result.
Strong tackle there. Is deemed to be play on. Look at the bullocking here and just picking it up, and a lovely shot on goal. I think that was Bresnan, who plays with the Mount Martha Football Club, has put that one through. So it is The Mornington Peninsula, they've got themselves away. They are 1-3-9. That's just checking the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard to the STJFL yet to score. It'll be interesting to see what coach Libby Johnson can come up with at quarter time. I reckon she'd be pretty keen to get them in, Fabian, just to settle them down and get them reorganised.
Yeah, I think so. In the early part of the quarter, you know, the STJFL had plenty of the footy. They were moving the ball quite well, but as it settled, Mornington seemed to have taken the ascendancy, Hobby, I think.
Very much so. Here's a big opportunity. That was nice play there by Anderson. She can't quite pick the ball up. I like the way she came up. She was looking for someone to go past Fabian, and probably no one from the STJFL could have been on the receiving end, and they could have got the flyer there out of their back.
That's right. I think that's just another direct benefit of probably not playing a lot of footy together.
Yep, I agree. Running hard was Anderson there for the STJFL, quickly just getting their foot on the ball. There is Brezen again, back to Argus, drives that one in. It's gone very close. I think it's just hit the padding there, Fabian. Very unlucky.
Matilda Argus, she's been dangerous, a left footer. She's had a couple of shots on goal now, and they need to be really careful around her. She's quality, very good player. If
it wasn't for the old OH&S, I tell you what, that would have been a goal back in the day when the posts were just post.
There we go. Maisie ran past. That's good.
Maisie Ackroyd, fleet of foot. She hasn't got anyone to go to, but that was very clever. Gets the handball and gets some valuable meterage. She is beset upon by her opposite there, but she's got a bit of pace about a young Maisie Ackroyd as well there, Fabian.
Yeah, she has. I actually don't mind that they're trying to take the game on a little bit and you know, rather than kicking to stationary targets, you've got to take a risk, and that's good.
I agree. Much prefer to see that handball either yourself or kick and go.
Yeah.
Instead of kicking back into a where you're going to turn the ball over.
It was really good to see young Heidi Preshaw give the ball off too, because quite often at this level the girls won't give the ball off, but Heidi's first option was to give it off, so that's great.
So it was Fragenic there, did a really good job. That's Devine who provided a really nice shepherd. Running hard, is it? Fragenic yet again just overruns the ball that time, tries to give the block. Sometimes at the moment, but you're quite right, there's been 2 and 3 STJFL players, but they're just sort of slightly getting each other's way. It'll come to them where one will block, create some open space, try and get it out fleet-footed.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm sure Libby will at quarter time. She'll encourage that sort of movement with a stationary ball carrier that they try and get the overlap on. If she encourages that and the girls continue to do that, they'll improve.
Well played there by Ramari for the Mornington Peninsula, and I hope that they've very much enjoyed their tour down here to Tasmania, seeing some of the delights that are on offer. I know they've stayed in the Launceston area, so for all our very dear friends over there on the Mornington Peninsula, or wherever you are watching the telecast, we are a very warm welcome to you from the heart of Tasmania, in central Tasmania, in the Campbelltown community. Big farming community here as the STJFL just boot that ball out wide. But there is Terry, who takes a very strong mark in the last line of defence. She doesn't muck around, plays on. There's a fair bit of space between some of the players there, Fabian.
There is, Hoppy, and I like the way that they're using the width of the ground, Mornington, as well. They're not afraid to sort of use the space. It's quite a wide ground, Campbelltown, so their ability to use that space is being rewarded.
Good play there by Preshaw, who plays for the Clarence Football Club in the STJFL. That's much better. Now they get the handball, a little bit more torque coming into it. Here is a chance that it does come over the back. Looking for the runners, goes off the ground, just needed to be clean below her knees.
Just a little bit of luck. Yeah, just a little bit of luck there would have helped her a little bit more.
But it was Anderson who bent down a long, long way, showing a really good deal of pace. They need the block and the shepherd as that one comes back over to Fragenic, who's looked very, very dangerous there, but a little bit of a lack of communication there, Fabian.
I think she was a little bit unlucky. She tried to do the right thing. Quite often the girls will be a little bit selfish and try and kick the goal, where she tried to bring it in board, and you can't blame her for that. I think that you encourage that as well.
I agree. So that was strong play there by Sophie Mead, who went straight towards the goal, but just was about a metre short. So mopped up here by Mornington Peninsula as they now go straight onto that trusted left boot. And from deep in their defensive area, it goes into their attacking. So as McPherson runs over that particular one, picking it up, a quick left foot kick out of trouble. Good contest so far. And that was nice play, turning the body around because there was a direct opponent coming in. Oh, great courage being shown here. And there she goes again, is Frujanic. She looks very, very likely when the ball goes around her. Mead needed to provide a bit of an option there as a big block coming back in, but again,
she's been
Fabian,
lively. She's been really, really lively for Janik. She's creating a target up forward for us, which is great.
Just on that last kick, Fabian, there was, I think, 3 or 4 STJFL players around the ball. So when they actually kicked it and they didn't particularly lower their eyes, it went to the opposition. Maybe that was the chance to link up with some handball and take the ball in.
Yeah, definitely, Hoppy. You're spot on.
So it is 17.5 minutes gone in the first quarter. Good support from the travelling Mornington Peninsula Boys, who had a very, very good victory on Saturday up at Aurora. As the umpire comes in and be rewarded the free kick, and it will be Ledbetter. Again drives that kick low and hard, and coming out, I think that was Preshaw.
A lucky one.
It's a 50-50, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a lucky one. Yeah.
Preshaw's been paid the mark, been told to play on. Now they've got an opportunity to run. Big move, play on. Didn't have an opportunity to get that ball out. It was Cherry who picks it up. As soon as she does, though, at the bottom of the pack, that was Sophie Strong, who does the tackle. And there is the siren for first quarter, which sees the STJFL yet to score, but have had plenty of the football. The MPJFL, the Mornington Peninsula Steelers, are 1-4-10, and that goal scorer was the left footer, was Bresnan, with that one goal, and was also a little bit unlucky not to score a second. So Fabian, as we summarise that first quarter, what did we make of it?
Well, I think that the first quarter was pretty even up until about the halfway through, and then the Mornington Peninsula had a little purple patch where they probably had their 5 scoring shots.
Yep.
You know, in 3, 4, 5 minutes of footy, and with women's football, they don't tend to score as many goals as the guys, so scoreboard pressure is crucial, and I think that they're, you know, if they'd have capitalised a little bit more on their opportunities, they would have put a bit more space between the STJFL. I
agree, and the only other thing that I would say to the STJFL, they had a lot of the ball around that sort of wing centre half forward, and they had shallow entries where I think if they were to go maybe another handball and a block and a run with, then I reckon that entry would be much deeper. Yeah,
definitely. We were trying to score, the STJFL were trying to score sort of from 40 metres out with longer kicks, and I think the deeper penetration from Mornington really gave them that opportunity to hit the scoreboard.
They certainly did. So we hope that you are enjoying the game here from Campbelltown. We are going to take our first break, and Fabian and I will be back with all the action in the second quarter very shortly.
Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's best bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste. Love it homemade. Their own recipes. Freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
So welcome back to the Campbelltown Oval, the home of the Campbelltown Robins. And I tell you what, Fabian, just a minute ago, you and I are in there having a latte in their new facilities. What a great club room they have here, isn't it?
Isn't it fantastic? You can see why so many travelling teams and teams from down south want to play up here at Campbelltown.
Well, I know you've been involved in some of the series. Son of yours, young Sage, has come up here for some of the state stuff, and why wouldn't you? It's got good facilities within the town, great cafes and nice parklands and a good footy oval, good facility. So it's a good sort of central meeting hub, isn't it, for
It certainly
Tasmanian?
is. Yeah, no, it's very good, and I'm glad that Campbelltown have invested a little bit more in the sporting organisation. It's fantastic.
I reckon, though, what we need to do next time, just move it a little bit further south and we go to Mount Pleasant. Have you been out to Mount Pleasant footy ground?
I haven't been out there, Hoppy.
Oh, it's magnificent. It's one of the most picturesque grounds. You just drive out in this rocky old road there and you've got the big mountain, the backdrop, the sheep just coming down. You get the sheep off and away you go playing footy.
Beautiful. That's all you need.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back into this big game. It is the Mornington Peninsula, 1 goal for 10. Leading the STJFL yet to score, but they did have plenty of the old onion, so it's going to be interesting to see if the STJFL can get an early score. I reckon it'll give the impetus to go forward. You went down to the huddle there, Fabian. What was the message from Libby Johnston?
Yeah, look, Libby knows what she's doing. She communicated pretty much exactly what we were chatting about, and just to try and move it on by hand a little bit more and get that get the overlap going. She was really happy with the contested footy, and I think that they certainly produced the goods there. So hopefully in this second quarter and for the remainder of the match, we see the STJFL running and carrying the ball a little bit more.
Yeah, very much so. Well, I was interested. I went down and had a little listen to Mark Bresnan and a very professional outfit, the Mornington Peninsula. It was very calm, calculated. They had the boards up. They talked stats, where they've got to be. They were in the groups. So the travelling team are doing everything as a winner so far on the scoreboard, and I say hats off to the way they're conducting themselves in and around the ground, as there is Bresnan, who was the goal scorer of that scything left foot. Beautiful tackle. This is a very dangerous zone, and chipping in there. Nice play by Preshaw in the nick of time, and saves that one and through for the minor score. So it is the STJFL who take the ball. I think that might have been, is that Bradburn?
Gee, that was nice hands. Kate Terry, lovely hands.
Yes. Again, it's one of the things, because these young ladies have played a lot more football, they're coming up and understanding how to go about it. They look a lot more natural at it, Fabian, don't they?
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key. They're touching the football, have the ball in their hands a lot more now than they used to once upon a time.
Very much so. Just the kicking, they're dropping. You can see the tilt in the wrist, thumbs towards where the ball's got to go. As Charlotte Barnes
was a little bit unlucky there, Charlotte. She just got a little hand in the back.
So tried to get that ball moving, but chipping in with Sophie Strong. Unfortunate there for the MPJFL. They did the right thing there, Fabian, didn't they? They had the runner going past, but the handball was just slightly behind the player. Gee, skillful play there by Frajanic again. She picked that ball up so swiftly, taken without the ball.
A little bit unlucky there too.
Might have got it. I reckon that was more to World Championship Wrestling on that particular occasion. And the fierce tackling wrapped up. That was Ackroyd. She was going absolutely nowhere, and it'll be another ball up.
So the STJFL probably have, in this particular game, two of the better tacklers in the competition, or the strongest in Sophie Strong and Maisie Ackroyd. Both are ferocious around the footy.
Yeah, it's very handy if you get that type of player as Downey goes inside. She's looking for Batchelor. Long-legged young lady tries to get down. Oh, she does. She picks it up, and there's the forearm jolt. Gets her a little bit too high, and she's going to go back down.
She's had a really good game so far, and she does the right thing by feeding the ball off there too.
So that was O'Rourke, who was on the lead, but on the last line of defence, it's Bresnan. Gee, she's playing both ends of the ground very, very nicely. Clears it. And chipping in is O'Rourke.
Isabel's another lovely footballer from Sandy Bay. She plays the game really, really well.
Here is an opportunity for the STJFL. They need to get the front and centre. They had 3 or 4 go up for the ball and weren't able to hold that one. Gee, arching the back, coming through is Davis. I like the cut of her jib, but there, again, it's just that kick. Just need to lower the eyes fractionally, Fabian, isn't it? That they're getting the ball and going into their full forward line, but just kicking it to the opposition, and here yet again.
Just another good example. I reckon if young Sophie Strong had that chance again, she'd probably lower the eyes, potentially, shorten the kick a little bit, but there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of movement down in the forward line of the STJFL. They're quite stationary, which is playing into the hands of Mornington.
Could be even, Fabian, getting to know each other a little bit, so just then when Strong picked that ball up, maybe someone could have told her, look, you're free, you've got 10,
that's right. Yep.
Take a bounce.
Yep, that's right.
But it's happening in rep footy. You're just starting to get to know each other, as maybe held a little bit too long in the tackle. It was Madison Devine who tried to keep that ball in.
So you'd really like to try and squeeze them over here if you can, which they've sort of...
Oh, that's very, very wide, I think, Fabian, and in particular that one has gone out of bounds on the full. It is Sophie Strong. She doesn't muck around this time. Gets it to an unselfish position. Coming through is Mead. Brings it down to the front and centres. Good tackle now. Good opportunity for the STJFL, but the Mornington Peninsula are up for the fight.
I really like that one, Hoppy. So Sophie's second effort then, Sophie Strong, she had the ball. She didn't lower the eyes in the first kick. The second one, she adjusted that.
Yep.
And the STJFL became a lot more dangerous in their forward bit. And we noticed Sophie Mead then push out for that kick, which... It's just that fluency and understanding of each other, I guess, should improve in the second half, you'd hope.
Yeah, just sort of glancing over there, Fabian, if they could get the ball with a little bit of height in towards Mead, she has quite an advantage on her opponent. So that's something that they maybe could potentially try and exploit, as Strong was there. There is Anderson. They're all converging on the ball, but brilliant play by Mornington Peninsula. The Steelers are coming out there. Well worked by them. That was Jerkovic who just bombed that one out, and when they get it out they look dangerous. And here is Butterworth. Butterworth hooks that one around. They're under a little bit of pressure now here. It's Rawson overruns it. Look at it going back in for the tackle.
Well done.
I thought for a minute there, Fabian, that Pearce was away, but it was Ava Rawson.
She's a very competitive young player, Ava Rawson. She doesn't let the ball out of a zone too often.
So I tell you what, she mowed her opposition down really, really nicely as it comes back towards Strong.
I noticed Charlotte Barnes then, her first option was to give the hands out again, which is great.
Yeah, they're looking to give the ball out to someone in a better position, Fabian, and can see slight execution mightn't be working, given it is early in the season. But if I was coaching any of both of these teams, to be quite honest, I'd be sort of thrilled that they're trying to do that sort of thing.
And you want to encourage that. You don't want to sort of pull that up. And I know that Libby's very strong in that space. She wants to encourage the girls to take the game on and play with a bit of flair.
And we can see here every opportunity they can, the Mornington Peninsula always look to handball. I love the way they go back, because that creates the run and space, in that then the person who has given the ball off is going to create a block, and there is a sling tackle, and that's the way the umpire saw it. I think it's Batchelor.
A little bit lucky there too. You know, she probably didn't get rid of the ball in the right manner, I guess, and then the sling tackle.
I think it was Hoffer who applied the tackle, and it wasn't with any malice, was it? I don't think, Fabian.
Oh, no.
But just, I guess, as long as the umpires make it clear they don't want to see that swinging motion, I don't mind that at all. Let's protect the player going for the football. And talking of which, going in hard, it was O'Rourke, Preshaw, the in and under. They need to get a block going back into some dangerous area here and showing a good turn of pace. Here's Anderson driving it towards the goal and backing back. Brilliant work there by Thomas. And Thomas has just got the fingertips to it.
There's just a good example of using your hands around a stoppage and being able to sort of explode out of there. You become a lot more dangerous forward half, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Very, very much so. As it is the Steelers who come back inside. Just trying to slow that one down now. That was Butterworth. It is an interesting thing. We've got the Steelers from the Mornington Peninsula, Fabian, but can you tell me the nickname of the STJFL?
Well, I'm not too sure what our nickname would be, Hoppy.
What do you think? Given we've had a president that's been in there, I think he's been the president for 53 years. Maybe they call him the Horns?
No, the Horns. That sounds a pretty good one to me, Hoppy.
The Steelers v the Horns.
I'm sure if he had the opportunity to name it himself, that's probably what he would do.
Okay, good play there by the STJFL. Stoic performance. You can see them trying to urge each other on. That was Morgan, who's doing a terrific job. Nuggety player. She's a no-nonsense player. I like the way she goes about it. Good player is Katie Morgan from New Norfolk. And now you can see wrestling. They don't give an inch to these young ladies. And they fit young athletes, Fabian.
They are. They're certainly physical around that contest, aren't they?
Very, very such so.
Rihanna Davis has done very well as well. She's been quite a rock back there, pushing forward as well at times. So it's quite hard to get the ball past her.
Very much so. You can see the taller of the girls go up there. You can see battling hard, can't get it out. The
I do notice a lot of the. Sorry, Hoppy. I do notice a lot of the girls like Charlotte and O'Rourke and Maisie that do play touch football. You can tell. And Sophie Strong's another one that they don't lose their ball handling ability. You know, even though it's early in the year, they're quite clever with the way they pick the ball up in their movement.
Well, it's interesting you say that, in that the young ladies that play a variety of different sports, if there is especially touch football and basketball, because of their spatial awareness.
Definitely,
when they get in tight, they're used to that environment, and when they get it, they go really, really quickly. As that ball comes up, that team playing a little bit from behind, and very strong play there by Thomas from the Steelers. She's getting some good assistance as Donovan drives that one towards her centre half forward position, but it's Preshaw who picks it up, and as soon as they get it, they really stream out. But look at the numbers that the Steelers have. You can see every time they look to give the ball out, Fabian, don't they? They
do, but again, we're sort of starting the back into this quarter. We're falling into the trap, I think, of the STJFL of just kicking to outweighted numbers, which is playing it in Mornington's hands.
Yeah, they've got to really keep it away from the Steelers. They've set up well behind the ball. Coming in, and look at that mark on the last line of defence by Rawson. She's had some sort of game, hasn't she?
She's playing well. She's that should be
another 50.
Yep. As I said, she's very reliable back there, and I like this, that she's trying to push the game on, and actually, rather than run up to the mark, you're trying to push the boundary a little bit and play on.
So she takes advantage. And here is a big chance as well as it comes towards Devine. Devine unfortunately spent that one before she quite had it in the way she took off. There was Batchelor. Batchelor unfortunately just didn't stay on it. Oh, that was very, very classy. I think that might be Argus, but I'll come back to that. She's clever.
Argus. Yeah, has a nice left foot too. She uses the ball very well.
Very much so. Now coming in there is Rawson again. I know the way she plays. She's an absolute ripper. She's the sort of person that when you're sitting getting changed, Fabian, you look over and you think, oh, thank goodness you're on my team.
Yeah, she saved a few forays today, that's for sure.
As always, I used to love that when there was a few Roosters I played with. You just feel a bit more comfortable when they're out there. Oh, look at that run down. That's the sort of thing that brings the crowd delight. And the numbers from the Steelers, the block, the give and go.
That was young Maddie Ward that made that tackle. That was a great effort.
So then in over the ball is Gibson for the Steelers. Maybe front on there and caught. Back in does O'Rourke go again. Just can't quite get their hands on the footy. Another one doing a good job was Landing. Plays with Mount Martha for the Steelers. Now they're running out to that open space. It was Anderson who's leading towards the ball, just trying to keep her feet. Did a really good job. Lovely hands. Gets that one off to Argus. Argus, she's playing on that midfield role, and it's very much got the field out. That was nice play. They pick it up. Always looking, as we said, to try and look for a teammate in a better position. It is Field who gives that one out. Comes back towards centre half forward. Leading out towards the ball is McPherson. She can't take it. Front and centre. Long raking kick towards the goal.
It's a nice goal.
And that is a cracker of a goal to the Steelers. I didn't quite see who got that one, Fabian, but we'll have a look at the Mood Food replay.
I think it was Butterworth. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, so we'll get that as soon as we can see here. As that
she's been very strong today as well. She's had a great first half.
Ah, yes, it certainly was. It was Sophie Butterworth.
Yeah, left foot as well. They've got quite a few left footers at the Mornington Peninsula.
Gee, that was a good goal, wasn't it? She took her opportunities. As we check the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, and it shows us that the Steelers are 2-5-17 to the STJFL. Now, they've got the 0-0-0 Fabian up on the scoreboard, but we can confirm we're pretty confident that the STJFL do have that minor score. Ball's back in, so 14 minutes. Interesting to see. That was good play by Ackroyd, who got it out towards O'Rourke. Coming back in. Oh, brilliant pick up there. Nothing looks better, I reckon, when you see someone from that full back line pick it up, clean hands, Fabian, and just take off.
And no nonsense, yeah.
Oh,
it breaks lines too, Hoppy.
Very much so. So there was Hoffer going into...
Oh, it's a great mark.
Full forward area. And clean hands taken by Ruby Field. And Ruby Field says, well, I'm going to get a metre on my opposition. She runs into the goals and has slotted that one through. So just in this last couple of minutes, Fabian, that's fantastic movement of the ball from the Steelers.
Yeah, they've done very well. Again, just their kicking and their awareness forward. You can see the clean hands out there.
But that was great team goal. I think it was Toledo Glasman who got it down. It was a front and centre, which the people were running towards the goals. They took it, they kicked nice and long. And for a backman, that was hard to defend, Fabian.
You can't defend that. It was really Ruby Field's body work to be able to position herself in a spot to take that and protect the space was outstanding.
Oh, big, strong in the tackle there was Morgan for the STJFL.
That was a little bit...
and I think it's Morgan who's going to go back here and take the kick.
Little bit going on there, Hobby.
Well, she's just going to stand up for herself and a team, Fabian, and says, we're here for the fight.
That's right.
We are certainly here to play. And I think, you know, sometimes there are moments within games, isn't it? You could be having an absolute Barry Crocker, and all of a sudden you just stand up and everyone around you goes, wow, have a look at young Katie Morgan.
That's right.
She's actually standing up for the team. We need to lift.
And I think it shows that she's prepared to play. She's come to play. There's a bit of passion in it as well, which is fantastic.
Absolutely. So hats off to her, as the STJFL unfortunately just fumbled that one slightly, which leads to the Steelers to be able to run in numbers. They actually seem to be growing in a bit of confidence here, Fabian, to the Steelers.
You raise a good point, Hoppy. I think the STJFL are quite fumbly
Yes.
in the way that they're gathering and executing the ball. But that does come down to not playing and probably doing a lot of training between the end of last season and now.
Yep. Yeah, well, the Steelers, of course, had that warm-up game on Saturday up in Launceston, and they certainly would be better for the run.
I think you can really tell. You can see that their transition, their ball movement and understanding with each other is great in the STJFL at the moment.
So there was Sophie Strong. And that's what we spoke about just before, Fabian. She'll take that as a really good learning experience in that she knew that people were on her but thought, I just can't kick on my left side.
Yes, that's right.
So there's your learning experience. Bang, while you're in trouble, just dribble it out, chase the ball after. So that's where I say it's great to be playing in these developmental series as you can learn as you go along. Good contest there between the two combatants that go up. Ledbetter is leading the way, and I think that might have been Downey.
As I said a little earlier, Hoppy, I like Isabella O'Rourke's game so far. She puts herself in the right spot all the time, and here she is again. Quick hands out. Yeah, no, she's quality.
She certainly is. That was Downey. If they can just eke out one goal, it'd certainly give them just that bit of confidence going in to the half-time break, which we are getting very, very close to. We hope you are enjoying the telecast here. Of course, the STJFL's premier media partner, Duff TV, are bringing you this coverage from Campbelltown, as that's a long raking kick. Bit of a tap out there, and good play, just staying on the ball there was landing for the Steelers. She's been told she held a little bit too long, Fabian, and a nice work there by Monks.
The STJFL have tackled very well in this first half, as have the Mornington Peninsula, but it's good to see that their effort, the STJFL, hasn't dropped off, even after a little bit of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, I think just the difference between the two teams so far probably has been the teamwork. In that, I think the Steelers have looked at every opportunity to give the ball to either someone running by or behind.
That's right.
And then they block for them, Fabian, so they've got space to run into and get the ball moving.
Just their synergy seems to be a little bit better with their fluency.
Yep.
You know, by hand and foot as well.
Very much so. Even there, that ball went backwards, and as soon as the person who gave it up looked to block at all cost to create the space for the ball carrier, who of course is the most important person on the field, as that one was very, very close to the boundary line. I'll tell you one thing though, Fabian, the problem that I found coming up to this ground was I had to make a stop at Brighton's Best Bakehouse and have a pie, and then going up through Kempton. What about the food at Mood Food?
Unbelievable.
Dear, oh dear.
Very, very lucky on the way up the Midlands, I think we are at the moment.
Haven't we? What? As we can see, again, ball going back, and they've just got numbers, clean hands, and that was Bresnan who picked it up. And it is half-time here in the big game, the representative game in the Ambushay Mather Memorial Shield. It's okay not to be okay, which sees the STJFL 0-1-1 to the MPJFL Steelers 3-5-23. For the Steelers, it is Bresnahan, Field and Butterfirth with one goal each. Now, Fabian, let's have a bit of a chat about that. That was terrific run and carry by the Steelers in that particular quarter. I love the way they went for the long option, and then it was just the front and centre, the handball, the look from behind. It was just wonderful play by the Steelers.
It certainly was, and what was quite evident is they weren't looking to just kick the ball to anyone. They were very precise with how they were trying to move the ball. Rather than just kicking to a contest, they were kicking out to space to try and get some overlap and some run. I really like the way that they were doing that. You can see there just on the replay, Sophie Butterworth kicked that really nice goal going forward. That was fantastic. So she's been quite a strong player for Mornington.
Oh, very much so. So putting your coaching hat on here, Fabian, your charges are in front of you on the STJFL. What is your message for them to get back into the game in this second half?
Look, I don't think they're doing too much wrong. Probably just their ability to identify targets a little bit earlier. I'd like to see them continue to use the overlap and run and carry the ball, to continue to try and use their hands. Their tackle pressure's been fantastic. There's been some really good tackles throughout the first half. And continue to try. Don't be afraid to make any mistakes. Try and have a little bit more movement forward to the centre to give your mids a bit more of a chance to kick and hit a target. I think will be important.
Yeah, for me, mate, that I think they've shown enough to tell me that they're in this game up to their ears if they can get that ball onto a couple of their different options.
Definitely.
Whether it be a Mead or whomever, they just need to be a little bit just be a bit mindful of that kick to the opposition.
It's just a turnover that seems to cost us a little bit. The STJFL at the moment are probably just turning the ball over a little bit more than they'd like and turning it over in crucial spots of the ground.
All right then, thank you very much, Fabian, for your great insight into this game, and we are going to take our halftime break here from the Campbelltown Oval. We look forward to the second half highlights and move back very, very shortly. Goes forward very quickly. Ball in dispute now, so we'll see how the STJFL are under a fair bit of pressure, trying to knock that ball out, brings it back in, goes back inside, looking for Toledo Glasman again. But gee whiz, Fabian, wasn't that wonderful movement of the ball by the MPJFL?
Absolutely. How good with the hands. She was fantastic. That was strong.
It certainly was. And there is Lanning. Lanning just tries to get that quick kick. Can't do so. Of course, it's really interesting as well, Fabian. It is a pre-season, so our expectation of the skill. Talk to a friend.
Definitely. It's a lot braver to chat to somebody than it is to hold it in, Hoppy, that's for sure.
Very much so. So that's what it's all about. Be part of your football community. Be amongst your friends. So that kick comes in. That's a beautiful kick. As we'll have a look at that on the Mood Food replay. Has drilled that one through. It's just hit the padding there, Fabian. Very unlucky.
Matilda Raga, she's been dangerous, a left footer. She's had a couple of shots on goal now, and they need to be really careful around her. She's quality.
They're under a little bit of pressure now here. It's Rawson overruns it. But look at it going back in for the tackle.
Well done.
I thought for a minute there, Fabian, that Pearce was away. A bit handball. I love the way they go back, because that creates the run and space in that then the person who has given the ball off is going to create a block. They've set up well behind the ball. Coming in, and look at that mark on the last line of defence by Rawson. Jeez, had some pick it up. Always looking, as we said, to try and look for a teammate in a better position. It is Field who gives that one out. Comes back towards centre half forward, leading out towards the ball is McPherson. She can't take it, front and centre. Long, raking kick towards the goal.
It's a nice goal.
And that is a cracker of a goal to the Steelers. I didn't quite see who got that one, Fabian. I reckon when you see someone from that full back line pick it up, clean hands, Fabian, and just take off.
And no nonsense,
Oh,
it breaks lines too, Hoppy.
Very much so. So there was Hoffer going into
it's a great mark.
Full forward area, and clean hands taken by Ruby Field. And Ruby Field says, well, I'm going to get a metre on my opposition. She runs into the goals and has slotted that one through. So just in this last couple of minutes, Fabian, that's fantastic movement of the ball from the Steelers.
Yeah.
Brighton's best bakehouse, delicious in every way. Loving the taste, love it homemade. Their own recipes, freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse, love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Sorry, just go on the ground, they'll get it for you. Where is it, son? Where is that?
Let's go with that piece of gear.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Campbelltown Oval, which you can see adorned on the scoreboard. It is the Steelers 3-5-23 to the STJFL 1 behind. Now, you would think, Fabian, that this, when you do see that scoreboard, it's all been one way, but it's a little bit more even than that, I would have thought, than the scoreboard represents.
Yeah, definitely. I think the STJFL have had their fair share of the footy. It's just the use of it that needs to improve a little bit. Hopefully we see that in the second half.
Yes, well, now as the game is underway, and I'm very much looking forward to, in a few minutes, Fabian, I know we're going to have Andrew Suter come in, the president of the Mornington Peninsula Football League, to have a bit of a chat to us. So I'll ask you to maybe go aside in just a few moments, and you can he can come in and have a bit of a chat with us as the Steelers then do go forward. Another opportunity to score. They're in and under the ball. Butterworth can't quite pick that one up. It is Gutis who is underneath it. There is one of the better players, though, Morgan, for the STJFL. Tries to pick that one up, give him a bit of spark, and that's the sort of thing that she does with the tackle, Fabian. And she is rewarded for her tenacity. We saw there at half-time, she had that glaze about her, trying to get her teammates going again, as that was Mead. Dangerously brought it back towards the centre of the ground at that centre-half back position. Centre-half forward, over the top. A really big, strong contest.
It was a great contest.
But just rolls and goes over the boundary line for a minor score. So it is now STJFL. One of the things we didn't talk about, Fabian, that the girls are playing with 18 on the ground, which is not the normal in female parlours with 16.
No, that's right. The STJFL play with 16 on the field, and obviously they're doing. We've had a few unavailabilities with late notice, I believe. So they're actually running the game out pretty well. They've only got one on the bench. So that's,
yep, sorry, just go back there. Ackroyd, I think that's 2-3 tackles. Just couldn't quite retard the player, but certainly did a great job to slow the run and carry there of the Steelers. But although one or two of the STJFL girls are down, it's the Steelers seem to be growing in confidence as they're standing and very much enjoying their tour in Tasmania. It's McPherson who was outgunned on this particular time. This is much better play by the STJFL. When someone looked like they were going, it's almost rugby style, went the bounce, now the handball. This is really good opportunity for the STJFL as they get that ball into their forward line. I think that's couldn't quite bring that one in, just coming out wide, but bringing it to the ground, did a really nice job. Over the top of the ball, just need a couple more numbers in and around that contest. Good fight there, and it'll be a ball up. Taylor, and who was having the player?
She's called holding the ball. That's young Maddie Ward with that tackle.
It is. Gee whiz, so Ward went the short pass. Just chipping in there nicely was Taylor.
I think we've witnessed the best bit of play from both sides just then by the STJFL with that movement that they spoke about at half-time.
Yeah,
Hoppy was
I
wonderful.
agree there, mate. That was Sophie Strong. It was just that last kick, didn't quite have the penetration there for the STJFL, but they do pick it up in Strong. Back inside, 50, darting around. One dart too many. I think that was Anderson. Gee whiz, she's got good evasive skills, Fabian, but maybe a little bit of lack of communication on the team. Not blaming her.
No, probably just trying to do that one thing too much there, so she'll learn from that.
So we're very fortunate now that I'm going to be joined by President of the Mornington Peninsula League. It is Andrew Suter. Andrew, welcome on board.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
So as we continue up with that game, tell me a little bit about the tour so far. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been fantastic. It's our 7th year on tour in Tassie, and it's been fantastic. The kids it's probably been the best behaved group thus far. And yeah, they're very tired. They're very sore. Playing 2 games in 3 days is a big arc, so
It is a big ask. We're just interested too, Andrew, as we watch the game go forward here as the two girls go at it. In one way, there is the downside of tired legs, and on the positive side, though, I would have think that gelling together, sleeping together, eating together, travelling, it really brings you together as a group, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does, and it also gives us an opportunity to teach you about what type of foods to eat to recover quickly, hydration, and go down those points. So, yeah, it's all about personal development as much as football development as well.
Oh, I'm with you on that. It's funny, I coached junior footy for 23 years, and the only thing that I ever taught young men was to shake someone in the hand, look them in the eye, and being polite, but it is about personal development. If football comes, that's great. Yeah. But you're learning about to be good human beings. So another ball up, but gee whiz, on the scoreboard, the teaming up, the Steelers are doing a fantastic job in this game. You'd be absolutely thrilled with their performance.
Yeah, we are. We're thrilled to have Mark and Mr. Terry on board. Jake, they're both great people. Mark Bresson, school teacher, runs our girls development program, and he's fantastic. He's from Mount Martha Junior Footy Club, and he's come into the Mornington Peninsula Junior Footy League, and he's doing a great job with our girls program.
Well, I noticed before that Fabian and I actually passed comment at quarter time how professional it was. There was no, veins coming out. It was very calm, calculated. The boards were up. We were talking about, like what's going on, how can we improve, all of that sort of thing. It's very modern the way he went about it, which of course is the modern way, as now we can see the Steelers picking that one up. Nice tackle there by Preshaw for the STJFL. Can't quite get their hands on it. There is Ackroyd, goes back in for it. So you've had a really full calendar. So after the boys game, which is after this one, it's back to Launceston. I understand you're just going to immerse yourself in a little bit of that cooler water in and around the gorge area before we get on the plane.
Correct. I think they're talking about getting some of the coaches in there too, so it's going to be interesting. It's one of I like playing the footy, but the Cataract Gorge is something that all the teams talk about before they come over, and the past teams talk about it to the present team. So
it's quite unique, to be honest, Andrew, in that as it's a lovely transfer of the ball, which has been one of the features here for the Steelers as we quickly watch them go forward. There is Field, who has got a goal going into that open space as they can get the ball. It's how far, didn't quite get it back on the toe and did very nicely. I thought that was going to be spent before it got there, but brilliant play. I think that might have been young Butterworth.
Yep.
And she's put that through for her second goal. Great persistence by her, as we see here on the Mood Food replay, Andrew, that the ball comes in very, very swiftly. This is what I spoke, quickly getting off the mark, switching around, getting on that 45-degree arc. Look at the space here and getting the eyes up, lowering them, looking for someone in a better position. Almost spent it before she got it, but she had the good grace to recover and put that one through. So we just checked the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard that it shows us that it is the Steelers 4-6-30 to the STJFL 1 behind. Of course, the great facilities in Launceston as well, Andrew. You've got the UTAS Park up there. What a beautiful ground that is.
I think it's one of the best in Australia, isn't it?
I know when Hawthorn come down, they very much look forward to playing on that surface.
Yeah, it just doesn't look real, does it, the grass? But it is. It's fantastic, and it's a great experience for both associations to get to play on that surface, and even in that venue, it's amazing. So
have you been also down to the ground in the south at Bluntstone?
No, we haven't, but I believe we might now that we're organised ourselves with Southern Football League. Hopefully one year, maybe next year we can get down there and get that opportunity. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's another ground. It's beautiful. It's quite a unique spot. Has all the beaches just around it on the eastern side there, so you can just go from. That's what the players do. You leave the ground and bang, you're on Belrive Beach.
Yep.
So just plonk yourselves in there. But of course, as you know, it's you've got to watch the UV down here, Andrew. It's very warm. Of course, we've had stinking hot weather today. We just thought we'd vary a little bit for you so you can get your wind cheater out. Just use all your clothes.
Yeah,
a little bit cooler today.
Yeah, it was stinking hot out there at UniTas, but kept the kids hydrated. We kept ourselves hydrated, and we got through the day. So
very much good. And as we are watching the game, I'm just going to ask you just a couple more questions. Tell me a little bit about what's happening in your competition. Are we in a growth phase? Are we holding? How are things looking as far as numbers are concerned?
Well, COVID's been a big issue.
Yes, it has, I understand.
We're working very hard with our girls' programs at the moment. We're running development days with the Footy Fast Tracker, which is Paul Hudson and Rick Lagassic, and they've been fantastic, keeping the interest up in the girls' program. The boys' programs are also running the academy, doing things like we're doing now, gets the kids registered. Our registrations are just about on par from last year, so we hope to, if not overtake last year's registrations, which were a little bit down, so we can stay steady this year. I believe we'll get back into the rhythm more positive next year.
And what is a steady number?
We're looking around 3,800 kids.
So something sort of similar to the STJFL, around the 4,000 odd mark. It's pretty similar.
Looking at Tassie footy and the Mornington Peninsula footy, we're very similar in sizes and everything else, and the way our coaches go about it and players.
Yep.
Just quickly before, we play.
So we watch here. That's a lovely work there by Rogers. She goes the short pass. Didn't quite come off though. That was a good play by her towards McPherson, and there in the last line of defence is Katie Morgan, and she's an absolute ripper.
Great player.
She's a no-nonsense sort of player, and I know you were telling me off camera that's the sort of girl you'd like to stand beside when you play your games of footy. She only runs in straight lines.
Yes, that's right.
But let's get back to this Shield.
Yeah, so the second year in, which was 2016, we started the competition with Northwestern Football League down there, and the following year we turned up to play, and one of the girls down there actually committed suicide. Amber Shea Matters, and so we dedicated this weekend to youth suicide and mental health throughout the Mornington Peninsula and the Tasmanian, North, Southern and Northwest. So we play for this shield every year, and it gets awarded to the two leagues it's a poster, gets awarded to the two, whoever, aggregate of wins and whatever else. So it's not all about the winning, but we try to have awareness about mental health in our youth on the peninsula and in Tasmania. So
it's really interesting, Andrew. So it's okay not to be okay, and we talk about young Amber, and our deepest condolences go out to the family. It's very similar. Some years ago, young Ty McPherson took his own life, and his brother Mitch took on with the Speak Up Stay Chatty organisation, which is a combo, and that's gone from strength to strength. And the good thing is now, whereas before it might have been seen as some form of weakness to have any mental disabilities or feeling vulnerable, now we're saying, no, how are you? And then you look that person in the eye again, and you say, how are you, Andrew? Have that conversation, and it's much better to say I'm feeling a bit flat than to then all of a sudden we're seeing that you've taken your life. So people are genuinely care, and it's something that I think it's really, really good that's been brought to the forefront. So it's great that we're playing for this shield and making aware that we need to get the word out.
Not only Amber Shea, but everyone else that suffered the same.
Absolutely.
And the same line. So
So back to the game, Andrew. Thank you for coming in to speak with us. As look here, you'd be absolutely cock-a-hoot with the performance here. As going back is Ruby Field. You should see him sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Mornington Peninsula League. His big barrel chest is just sticking out with pride in his team as they just slotted that one through. As we just checked the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard. It's not about the scores, he says, with a big smile on his face. Let's just check that score as we see here on the Mood Food replay. Brilliant play by the Steelers. Look at that centre, unselfish, looking for someone in a better spot, and goes back and slots that one through. It is 5-7-37 to the STJFL one behind. We'll love to get you back when the boys come in and have a bit more of a chat, if that's okay, Andrew.
It might be a bit hard on the forward line coach, but I'm happy to come and talk at the end of the game.
Maybe at the end of the game, or even in something like that. But thank you so much for your time. We hope that you've enjoyed your tour. I know from Vice President of the STJFL, it's fantastic that our kids have got this opportunity to come and start their seasons off and play against a very, very well-drilled and well-organised outfit like your very good selves.
No worries, thank you very much.
Good on you, mate.
Look forward to talking to you.
Good on you. Thank you very much, Andrew, as we are back to the game, and Fabian will come back in. So it is 14 minutes gone in this third quarter, and the Steelers have continued on their merry way with that wonderful goal. It's a long raking kick done there by Dale, the vice-captain of the Steelers, and they've just gone about their business, Fabian, haven't they, the Steelers?
Yeah, they certainly have. I think the extra numbers on the bench are helping them now at the latter part of the third quarter. They've certainly got more run in their legs, haven't they?
It's an interesting thing you say that, as they've just blocked that one around, and another goal. We'll have a look at that one on the Mood Food replay. Some of the STJFL girls, Fabian, are a little bit up and down on one spot at the moment.
Yeah, they are. And look, I think in the first half, for the majority of it, it was a fairly even affair. That the Mornington guys just used the ball a little bit better than the STJFL, but now as interchange has become a lot more crucial in the back end of the game, they're getting found out a little bit, the STJFL.
Now, Fabian, if Sophie Butterworth, now my apologies from my knowledge of AFLW, all the great players playing in that league, but Sophie Butterworth has got the Buddy Franklins about her. Did you see the way she picked that ball up? She picked it up. The big right arm came out and says, "Get out of the cab, I'm coming through." She pushed her opposition. She swung round. Look at your smile. You love Buddy Franklin. I know as a Hawthorn man you wish you had him back. And then she arced around and slotted that one through with a plonk.
She's just a natural football player. I think she does very, very well. Moves exceptionally well. Knows where the drop of the ball is going to be, and her hands are fantastic. So, if I guess if her family ever decide that they want to move to Tasmania, there's a spot in the Lauderdale side for her. Don't worry about
you
that.
Put your coach's hat on there. I can see the old Form 4s going straight out to her. You'll be like a rat up a drain pipe at three-quarter time, straight into that huddle, won't you?
Might wander out after the game and have a chat, Hop, yes.
So a lovely mark taken there by Dale. They are going very nicely here. As Andrew was saying, they have... that's a strong tackle, whether it maybe got in the back, I think there. Unfortunately, Fabian has...
Just leaned forward, didn't she, with the back end of that tackle.
Some of the girls were a little bit sore and tired after Saturday's game because it was very, very hot. So that's where they went and, rehydrated. They went and had a bit of a swim and looked after themselves so they could front up for today's game. And I think... they are very pleased it's not that 30-degree heat that as we had on the Saturday.
Yeah, definitely, and I think what's commendable for Mornington is when they have travelled. So often you see rep sides when and we've been involved in them ourselves, I guess, when they go interstate or they travel, their appetite and hunger isn't there all the time. They're happy just to come away with their friends.
Yep.
But that's clearly not the case here. The Mornington Peninsula girls really want to win, and they're aggressive at every chance, aren't they?
Very much. That's a good tackle there by Frajanic. And it was interesting too. I thought very similar, Fabian, that the numbers in both leagues is very, very similar.
Yes.
Of course, in Victorian leagues they had problems with COVID where they didn't play. Where down here, as you're aware, we were very fortunate to be able to play through that. And that's a great mark taken by Monks. Monks gets the feed off to Downey, but the intent was great there, Fabian, but just giving it to someone who wasn't on the fly.
That's right. A kick probably was the better option, but again, you can't fault it for having a go. You've got to try something at this part of the game, definitely. So
Templeton takes the mark, the skipper. She runs around. Good spoil there by Mead on that particular occasion. Mead will go back in and she brings to the ground. Good tackle by her. That's where she needs some numbers now. You can see here some tired legs from the STJFL. I think that particular time was taken just a little bit too high, and Donison will take that free kick. She just got a little bit lower in the contest, Fabian.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did, actually.
So, and there is three-quarter time. So we were thinking that the STJFL might have come back out and got themselves slightly realigned and reorganised, but boy, what a great quarter there from the Steelers, which saw them slam on those goals. It's the Brighton's best bakehouse scoreboard that reads 6-8-44 are the Steelers, leading the STJFL one behind. I think for the game, Fabian, it wouldn't be right if the dear old STJFL didn't get a goal or two. I mean, they have been a lot better than what that scoreboard shows.
Oh, without doubt. But I think, again, credit where it's due. The Mornington Peninsula girls have come out, and that was their best quarter of footy.
It was.
Their transition work was fantastic. The way that they moved the ball into their forward line, as we're just seeing now, was just a lot better than the STJFL. And their willingness to take the game on, as you can see in that instance.
Yeah, that was that really terrific goal. So Sophie Butterworth, who we just saw there on screen, she has kicked 3 goals. It is Bresnan's got a couple and Ruby Field has got the single as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we just alluded to, it's a very, very good lead here for the Steelers against the Horns. So we'll be back with the last quarter. Can the STJFL play for a little bit of pride and rattle home with a couple of goals? But it's all to play for them as they are trailing 6-8-44 to one behind. We'll be back with that last quarter very shortly.
Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's best bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste. Love it homemade. Their own recipes. Freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
So welcome back to the Campbelltown Oval. As we can see here, it is the Steelers, the Mornington Peninsula Junior Football League, 6-8-44, and they have a very, very tasty advantage over the STJFL Horns, the Southern Tasmanian Junior Football League, and they are playing in the blue, the Steelers in the white. And we've got really interesting combos of umpires as well, Fabian. We've got this the young lady out here. We've got some young men.
I think the umpires have done a tremendous job today too.
Well, we haven't noticed them, mate, have we?
We haven't noticed them, which is it's a telltale sign straight away that they're doing okay, I think.
And if you're thinking that you wouldn't mind having a go of the umpiring caper, I know that they're probably a couple light, Fabian, so it'd be great to see people bring on the green. And I tell you what, it's a nice little wage as well for you, running around keeping fit.
I do know a couple of the younger guys that do suit up on a Sunday and come and coach the umpire the junior stuff and play football on the Saturday. So
well, I know that you are, as I've alluded to, one of the premier coaches in junior and senior ranks, and I know you'd be thrilled with this no tolerance to back chat in the umpires. I think it's a great thing.
I think so, and look, it's very hard to get umpires now, and the more education and exposure we can give them, the better it is. And certainly the good way to start is in somewhere like the STJFL.
That's it. So that's a lovely handball out to one of the better players, which was Katie Morgan. She's had plenty of the footy down there, getting it out to Sophie Strong. The ball's back into that area of uncertainty, right into the centre of the ground. The fleet-footed Mujaric can't quite pick that one up, lost the handle. There's the handball out. Didn't quite get a lot of space on that particular occasion. You can see here the bit of energy just needs to be brought into the game. There's some tired girls, as you did speak of, Fabian. There's not a lot of change for the STJFL in that if you want to rest, you have to go to the old forward pocket back in the olden days.
Look, Libby's done a tremendous job with the STJFL today, especially given the light numbers. It's really challenging trying to rotate them throughout the different positions on the ground and still get that, I guess, effort and level of effort that you require. So well done to Libby and the team, but also to the girls. They've done a fantastic job, and they've still got another 15 or 16 minutes to go.
Yes, well, the girls from Mornington Peninsula have already played that game on Saturday, and so they've recovered very, very nicely for this game, as they certainly are better for the run as that kick comes out. That was quick transitions. We know that's going to come back in on the left foot for Butterworth. She shaped to go on the right, but we knew that she was always going to come back in.
I tell you what, Hoppy, I know as a little midfield winger, if I had somebody like Butterworth leading out to me, I'd go to her every single time as well. She creates space, she runs to the right positions, and she just commands a bit of respect from the STJFL defenders, doesn't she?
Yeah, very much so, Fabian. She is a very, very good target, but not only she's got a bit of height about her, as soon as the ball hits the ground, she's good below her knees. So it is the Steelers going back in. 2 against 3 there, so that ball comes down. Needs to get the handball out quickly. Good tackle there being applied by Landing. Can't pull it in. The umpire says you've been held without the ball. Just the tackle there, just held and swung around, Fabian. Again, wasn't quite sure the ball had left the opposition. As we can see here, the handball came out and held a little bit too long. The umpire had a perfect view here, so it is the Steelers having a shot, goes back, and that's straight over the top of the umpire's hat for the first blood being drawn by the Steelers, and I think that is Indy Toledo Glasman.
It's funny, Hoppy, I was just about to talk about the STJFL and mention how I was impressed in the first 2 or 3 minutes of this last quarter, how they hadn't dropped off, and I guess their effort was fantastic, and their movement was good, and obviously Mornington come out and do that, and it's probably deflates you a little bit, but they just seem to be a little bit more polished than Mornington Peninsula, I think, in their ball movement and execution today.
They've had the efficiency, haven't they? Once they have got it down there, and as the game has got on, they've just got better. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and like we said, that's a combination of them playing some games together. They're very well drilled, obviously, and well coached. They've got some quality young ladies running out there, but I think the poor old STJFL have just run out of some legs and numbers on the bench to help relieve that.
So in a situation like this, as a coach, all you want is for someone to do something to inspire the players. And when you're feeling flat, you look up and you think, oh my goodness, if Stella or Indy or Natasha or Ellie can do that, I just have to lift. I have to find something, and someone will show us the spark as Mead applies a big tackle to try and keep that ball in. So here's where they need some small players to try and block this one and keep it inside the 50 arc. Opportunity missed on that particular occasion as Anderson couldn't quite get the handle on it, and now they're running out almost a shirt front. There's the umpire was running through to try and get in a better position. This is Phil Manasseh-esque as 4 bounces down that outer side. Playing in front, can't quite bring it in, but good play there by the STJFL's Charlotte Barnes. Goes back in, and here is that run. We know they're going to come round the left here, Fabian. Here it is.
Be a bit of trouble here, Hoppy.
Big arc comes back in, taps over the back. If someone can just scoot in and kick it off the ground, they can do so. And it is Ruby Field who puts that one through. But as soon as Sophie Butterworth got the ball, she's the player, Fabian, that both you and I were at the back of our chairs, and we went forward of our chairs. We leant forward because we knew that something was going to happen.
Look, I think there's a tale of the game today. The STJFL did really well out of the centre square. They moved the ball forward. They just didn't have that real strong target and efficiency up forward to be able to do it. And Mornington's, I think it was Georgia Templeton.
Yep.
She ran the ball out with some purpose. She gained a lot of yardage. Their efficiency from that sort of centre back area to hit their forward line was tremendous, and that's probably the tale of the footy today, I think, Hop.
One of the positive things there for the STJFL was when Butterworth got the ball, Ackroyd kept at it and kept at her and actually forced her to kick the ball from outside her distance. So on a positive note, there was that never give it away attitude. Talking of which, Ackroyd now does pick that ball up, goes down towards that wing position, trying to just get that ball moving at all costs. So need to keep it out to some open spaces as it comes back towards the inside 50, towards the Steelers now as they handball, and as soon as they do, someone is there to pick it up. Gee, that's a brilliant pick up.
That was good football.
How good was that? It comes to Toledo Glasman again, goes back towards the goal, just off to the outer side.
They're a little bit unlucky there, Mornington. That was great football.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
And again, young Sophie Butterworth, the way she just really good underneath the knees, and she's up above to try and get that one, picking up brilliant tackle there by Strong. Pulls her opponent in. There was no prior.
Sophie Strong's battled hard
there
today, Hoppy. She's I think she's a Sandy Bay product as well. Has battled extremely hard. Hasn't given up all day, so she'll be proud of her game, I think.
The technology's not quite working. I'm just trying to look down here and look at our laptop, Fabian, to see. I'll just check with Jerry in a minute. He can provide us with that information of the tackle count.
It's pretty even. The last time I looked, Hop, it was pretty even.
Yep. It has been one of those things that's been a fierce contest as far as the physicality of the game is, as Katie Terry picks that one up and goes forward towards Isabel O'Rourke. Comes back indoors towards Shepherd. Shepherd towards that free-flowing, open forward line of the Steelers. In under the ball is Landing. Before she gets her kick away is Becerra, won by 3 or 4 opposition from the STJFL. As that forward thrust hits the goal post or the point post,
and like you mentioned before, Hoppy, just little things. Gracie Bradburn's positioning there was really good. Her ability to sort of keep her Mornington opponent at bay, while running for that football was crucial. So they're the little things that you look for as a coach and certainly as a player.
Gee whiz, so that time the STJFL decided they didn't go the tap. It fell a little bit short, and wasn't Butterworth really quick to seize on that one, and she swooped in on the wrong side of her body. She just popped that one straight through the middle, Fabian, and a very, very nice kick for goal.
They often say left footers execute the ball quite well, and she's a perfect example of that.
Well, we talk about Buddy Franklin, but given we're in Tasmania, let's say she's got the Royce Harts about her.
She's got a little bit of that about her. Kicks very well, Sophie.
Oh, very, very nice indeed. So, of course, in a couple of years' time, then we'll have a Tasmanian team in the AFL and one on our own right in the AFLW. I reckon we can try and recruit her from the Mornington Peninsula. She'll remember the fond memories of coming down here, Fabian, and playing.
And possibly she'll be suiting up for Lauderdale in the not too distant future.
Absolutely.
So it'll be an easy transition for her.
Okay, so that was Preshaw, I think. She looks to go in and back onto her trusted right boot. So here's the chance. You can see as soon as the STJFL picked that one up, mate, they sort of slightly just looked at each other instead of really pushing back to protect the runner. That's
right. We spoke about that at half-time. They're probably a little bit too polite.
Oh, there's a brilliant tackle, that one.
Charlotte Barnes, well done.
Young Charlotte Barnes, the way she mowed her opposition down. We see here on the Mood Food replay. No mincing words, and there were 3 Steelers there, and that was one of the few times that they actually didn't really look out for each other. One of the other features I've liked of this game, Fabian, is that every time one of the young ladies has picked the ball up, they protect the ball so well, don't they?
It's important, yeah. It is just another facet of the game that in women's football has improved over the last couple of years, I think.
Very much so. You can see now that ball is in dispute.
It's still pretty vigorous in there, even in the latter part of this game. With 7 minutes to go and the girls are still having a real crack.
They just be craving to see if they can't get that well-earned goal from the STJFL. Otherwise, she's going to be a bit of a long drive going down the Midland Highway, Fabian, with just to come up here all that way not to get a goal. I'm sure they'll be really... It's not about the score, but just to get something from the game.
I should mention too, I noticed Sophie Mead for the STJFL's rucked all day. She's done a tremendous effort. About 3 weeks ago, she popped her hip in and out in touch football. So for her ability to be able to ruck all day today, I think is a credit to her. And she's competed very, very well. I just noticed that one, she popped one a little bit a second
she's
ago,
got a never give up attitude, isn't she? I mean, a dear old dad, wasn't he a workhorse for the Lauderdale Football Club, the Big Diesel?
Big Diesel. It just looks as though I think it's the Mornington's captain. Templeton
coming
off. Looks like it might have a bit of a corked thigh. I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, well, and that's the other thing about this facility, Fabian. We've got the pool right beside us, so she can probably pop in there. Here is a chance. Quickly gets that ball out. There's a... What's happened? The whistle was from behind, but they say play on. Just a bit of confusion. Oh, that's nice. Brilliant play by the STJFL. It was Frujanic who picked that one up. She looks so dangerous, Fabian.
She's had a really good game too.
Yeah, I've liked her work.
Right from the get-go, she's played very well, Natasha. She should be proud of herself.
Look at the pace there, and it was...
Just got a nudge on that kick.
Yes.
I think that pushed her offline a little bit.
So good defensive work there by the Steelers. They're hungry to stop the STJL from scoring that goal if they possibly can, as the Steelers take a couple of bounces.
You probably can't see on screen, but if that ball had just gone over the top, then the Steelers were well and truly out. There we go.
I think there's a big chance, and it's gone through. You would have thought they've just won the game. That's Eva Downey has put that one in, but that was terrific work from the STJFL. They finally had a really nice long entry that time, Fabian.
They did. And they were quite fortunate because when Mornington were coming out, the kick just didn't penetrate as far as you would have hoped. And if it did, they were out. But full credit to the STJFL. They haven't given up. And that's just reward for, I think, they played quite well on a few less petrol tickets today, Hoppy.
Yeah, even on that one, mate, what had happened was, by the look of it, the Steelers, because they were bouncing, they were in possession of the ball, and as any coach will tell them, you create the space. When you've got the ball, you go to an offensive position, and bang, it was just lost it very quickly.
Yes.
And on the turnover, that really hurt them, didn't it?
It certainly did. And you see again, you know, they're winning the clearances, the STJFL, but the Mornington Peninsula just seem to be able to repel those exits quite easily.
So we're getting deep into the last quarter of the first game. We've got 2 games here. Here goes the STJFL again. That's Downey. She's flared the old nostrils. She got a sniff with the goals because she got that one a minute ago, but she wasn't able to kick that strongly. And there is Templeton just down there.
I think it is a cork thigh, potentially, or a calf.
So just have a spell now. I don't think she looks particularly perturbed. That so if Mum or Dad are watching, we say good day to you from the Mount Martha area. You'd be very proud of your daughter because she has played a ripping game
young
here.
Maddie Ward, she should probably kick this with a bit of luck without putting the mockers on her too much, Hoppy.
Well, Ward goes back, it swings back around, and Ward has put that one through, Fabian.
Well done. Yeah, she'd be practicing that at training a little bit, so I was glad that she was able to finish that one.
And this is fantastic, isn't it, to see the smiles on those young ladies' faces as they look at the scoreboard and they understand that they have been beaten soundly. But it's about the enjoyment, and I know as the Vice President of the STJFL, we are about participation. This is the elite of the girls, but it's all about participation, and this is why so many, and we thank them for it, the volunteers like your very good self, Fabian Ackroyd, who give so much time for the boys and the girls in our community, and that's why when you see the smile on the face of someone like that, that's
definitely
great.
And I think I just noticed after she'd kicked that goal, Maddie, that I think it was young Heidi Preshaw that plays at Clarence come in and had as big a smile on her face, and I'm sure that Mornington have the same thing. Girls from different clubs get just as much enjoyment out of it, and that's a really important part of our game, isn't it?
Very much so, mate. So it is 15 and a half minutes gone in the last quarter. There is Mead. She has never given it away, and the STJFL, through the agency of Strong, comes over the back. All thought the minute they were going to be a chance there if it did happen to get over there. Well, they would just like another quarter, I think, the STJFL. They're just finding on the leg. Here is Ackroyd. She gives a lovely handball back out towards Strong. Can't quite pick it up. Oh, that's a quick... Oh, for a minute there I said that's a very effective handball. But it's been deemed as a throw. And because that was the case, it is a free kick here for the Steelers. Just for time to them to get their composure, go out wide and standing tall in front. Taking a very nice
they'd
mark
like a little bit
Anderson.
more of this last 5 or 6 minutes, I think, the STJFL. They've played some exceptional football. Got some scoreboard reward, which is nice.
And we can see over there in the black that camera of the great Christy Mead. She'll be taking all the photos. They'll be up online, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
very, very shortly. As we can see there, the STJFL community partners, the Hawks and North Melbourne, as the STJFL pushing towards that goal. They've got 2 late ones, which is good. There's a strong tackle being applied. Well played there by, I think that was Mead as well. And again, it will be a boundary throw in. Here they go, the STJFL Steelers.
So a minute to go, Hoppy. Can the STJFL steal another one, you think?
Well, they're down the right end, Fabian, if they can. There is Mead. Tries to take it out of the ruck, but the Steelers have done so very, very well all the game. Oh, that's a
great mark.
Good effort.
Emily.
Jurovic, very strong above the shoulders there.
It's a great tackle.
It was a good tackle. You can see going in very, very lively was Katie Morgan, who I very much liked her game out there. She's been ably assisted by Charlotte Barnes, but the ball's not going to come out of there. And it'll be another ball up. Umpire just working out who are the ruckmen going for it. It is the Steelers who plucked that one out. Who knows? They've just got enough time. That's a brilliant pickup down there by, I think that was Lamprell. But the Steelers go towards the goal. And they've got last blood. Brilliant work there by
and great transition from Mornington as well. That was deep in the STJFL forward pocket, I guess. And so for them to score out of that was a great reward.
I think that was Jade Landing who got that last goal as the siren has gone here, ladies and gentlemen. It is all over as we check the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, and it reads: the MPJFL Steelers 10-10-70. Very good scoring from them to the STJFL 2-2-14. The goal kickers for the Steelers, it was Butterworth with 4, Field with 2, Bresnan 2, Toledo Glasman and Landing with 1. And for the STJFL, it was Maddie Ward and Eva Downey with 1. But a very, very polished performance, Fabian Ackroyd, by the Steelers.
Yeah, they were fantastic. Right from the get-go, they played some really good footy and actually warmed into the game quite nicely, didn't they? They got better as the game went on. Yeah,
they certainly did. Very good performance by Butterworth, who we mentioned. Kick 4, Field got a couple. Templeton was really good round the centre. They were very even across the competition, weren't they, amongst their team, and they gelled right from the start, and that was probably the difference in the two.
I think so, and it'd be interesting to know how many left footers they do have. I know young Matilda Argus is a left footer, number 8, and she was really strong in the first half, got them going quite nicely.
Well, we say thank you very much for the Mornington Peninsula girls for coming over and did a great job as the boys are warming up, so don't go too far. Now's your chance to quickly go and put the kettle on and make that quick cup of tea before the boys in the under 16.5 get underway. But as we can just see there, it is the Mornington Peninsula Steelers 10-10-70 defeating the STJFL 2-2-14. Without a doubt, you can see here the enthusiasm. The girls have had an absolutely wonderful long weekend, and we just heard from Andrew Suter, the president, that they've enjoyed their trip down here, Fabian. They'll be back next year. Maybe they'll base themselves between Launceston and Hobart. So well done, girls.
Fantastic.
We've enjoyed your company, and congratulations to the STJFL. So we'll take a quick break now and be back with the boys game very, very shortly.
It's a wonderful venue.
There is the siren as the ball is thrown aloft. They go up really high. It was Mead for the STJFL who got the tap out, but Mornington Peninsula go forward, and clunking that one, leading out, was Tollenden Glasman from Mount Martha. As we can see here, goes forward very quickly. Ball in dispute now, so we'll see how the STJFL are under a fair bit of pressure, trying to knock that ball out, brings it back in, goes back inside, looking for Toledo Glasman again. But gee whiz, Fabian, wasn't that wonderful movement of the ball by the MPJFL?
Absolutely. How good with the hands? She was fantastic. That was strong.
It certainly was. And there is Lanning. Lanning just tries to get that quick kick. Can't do so. Of course, it's really interesting as well, Fabian. It is a pre-season, so our expectation of the skill. Talk to a friend.
Definitely.
Because,
it's a lot braver to chat to somebody than it is to hold it in, Hoppy, that's for sure.
Very much so. So that's what it's all about. Be part of your football community. Be amongst your friends. So that kick comes in. That's a beautiful kick. As we'll have a look at that on the Mood Food replay. Has drilled that one through. Just hit the padding there, Fabian. Very unlucky.
Matilda Argus, she's been dangerous, a left footer. She's had a couple of shots on goal now, and they need to be really careful around her. She's quality.
They're under a little bit of pressure now here. It's Rawson overruns it. But look at it going back in for the tackle.
Well done.
I thought for a minute there, Fabian, that Pearce was away. Bit handball. I love the way they go back, because that creates the run and space in that then the person who has given the ball off is going to create a block. They've set up well behind the ball. Coming in, and look at that mark on the last line of defence by Rawson. Geez, had some pick it up. Always looking, as we said, to try and look for a teammate in a better position. It is Field who gives that one out. Comes back towards centre half forward, leading out towards the ball is McPherson. She can't take it, front and centre. Long, raking kick towards the goal.
It's a nice goal.
And that is a cracker of a goal to the Steelers. I didn't quite see who got that one, Fabian. I reckon when you see someone from that full back line pick it up, clean hands, Fabian, and just take off.
And no nonsense,
Oh,
it breaks lines too, Hoppy.
Very much so. So there was Hoffer going into...
Oh, it's a great mark.
Full forward area. And clean hands taken by Ruby Field. And Ruby Field says, well, I'm going to get a metre on my opposition. She runs into the goals and has slotted that one, much enjoying their tour in Tasmania. It's McPherson who was outgunned on this particular time. This is much better play by the STJFL. When someone looked like they were going, it's almost rugby style, went the bounce, now the handball. This is really good opportunity for the STJFL as they get that ball into their forward line. I think that's... couldn't quite bring that one. We get on the plane.
Correct. I think they're talking about getting some of the coaches in there too, so it's going to be interesting. It's one of their... I like playing the footy, but the Cataract Gorge is something that, you know, all the teams talk about before they come over, and the past teams talk about it to the present team. So
it's quite unique, to be honest, Andrew, in that it's a lovely transfer of the ball, which has been one of the features here for the Steelers as we quickly watch them go forward. There is Field, who has got a goal going into that open space as they can get the ball. It's how far, didn't quite get it back on the toe and did very nicely. I thought that was going to be spent before it got there, but brilliant play. I think that might have been young Butterworth.
Football League down there. And the following year we turned up to play, and then one of the girls down there actually committed suicide. Amber Shea Matters, and so we dedicated
to speak with us as, oh, look here, you'd be absolutely cock-a-hoot with the performance here, as going back is Ruby Field. You should see him sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Mornington Peninsula League. His big barrel chest is just sticking out with pride in his team as they just slotted that one through, as captain of the Steelers, and they've just gone about their business, Fabian, haven't they, the Steelers?
Yeah, they certainly have. I think the extra numbers on the bench are helping them now at the latter part of the third quarter. They've certainly got more run in their legs, haven't they?
It's an interesting thing you say that, as they've just blocked that one around, and another goal. We'll have a look at that one on the move. Problems with COVID where they didn't play. We're down here, as you're aware, we were very fortunate to be able to play through that, and that's a great mark taken by Monks. Monks gets the feed off to Downey, but the intent was great there, Fabian, right. But just giving it to someone who wasn't on the fly.
That's right. A kick probably was the better option, but again, you can't fault it for having a go.
2 against 3 there, so that ball comes down. Needs to get the handball out quickly. Good tackle there being applied by Landing. Can't pull it in. The umpire says you've been held without the ball. Just the tackle there, just held and swung around, Fabian. Again, wasn't quite sure the ball had left the opposition. As we can see here, the handball came out and held a little bit too long. The umpire had a perfect view here, so it is the Steelers having a shot. Goes back, and that's straight over the top of the umpire's hat for the first blood being drawn by the Steelers, and I think that is Indy Toledo Glasman. Opportunity missed on that particular occasion as Anderson couldn't quite get the handle on it, and now they're running out almost a shirt front. There's the umpire was running through to try and get in a better position. This is Phil Manasseh-esque as 4 bounces down that outer side. Playing in front, can't quite bring it in, but good play there by the STJFL's Charlotte Barnes. Goes back in, and here is that run. We know they're going to come round the left here, Fabian. Here it is.
Be a bit of trouble here, Hoppy.
Big arc comes back in, taps over the back. If someone could just scoot in and kick it off the ground, they can do so. And it is Ruby Field who puts that one through. But as soon as Sophie Butter,
you know, while running for that football was crucial. So they're the little things that you look for as a coach and certainly as a player.
Gee whiz, so that time the STJFL decided they didn't go the tap. It fell a little bit short and wasn't Butterworth of really pushing back to protect the runner. That's
right. We spoke about that at half-time. They're probably a little bit too polite.
Oh, there's a brilliant tackle, that one.
Charlotte Barnes, well done.
To stop the STJFL from scoring that goal if they possibly can, as the Steelers take a couple of bounces.
You probably can't see on screen, but if that ball had just gone over the top, then the Steelers were well and truly out. There we go.
I think there's a big chance, and it's gone through. You would have thought they've just won the game. That's Eva Downey has put that one in, but that was terrific work from the STJFL. They finally had a really nice long entry that time, the Mount Martha area. You'd be very proud of your daughter because she has played a ripping game
young
here.
Maddie Ward, she should probably kick this with a bit of luck without putting the mockers on her too much, Hoppy.
Well, Ward goes back, it swings back around, and Ward has put that one through, Fabian.
Well done. Yeah, she's been practising that at training a little bit, so I was glad that she was able to finish that one.
Right, but the Steelers, they've done so very, very well all the game. Oh, that's
a great
good effort. Got enough time. That's a brilliant pickup down there by, I think that was Lamprell. But the Steelers go towards the goal, and they've got last blood. Brilliant work there by
and great transition from Mornington as well. That was deep in the STJFL forward pocket, I guess. And so for them to score out of that was a great reward.
I think that was Jade Landing who got that last goal as the siren has gone here, ladies and gentlemen. It is all over as we check the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, and it reads the MPJFL Steelers 10-10-70. Very good scoring from them to the STJFL 2-2-14. The goal kicker.
Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste, love love it homemade, their own recipes freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse, love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Coming in for a bit.
Not bad Willis. Got Hastie.
So a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Campbelltown Oval for the second game in the STJFL v MPJFL, and there is the Southern Tasmanian Junior Football League team as they go up. In the first game, it was a very, very good win for the Steelers from Mornington Peninsula, who got up against the combination of the STJFL. But the STJFL in the latter part of the game really started to get a bit of a wriggle on together in the combo. So it is now the Steelers in the boys division in the under 16 and a half who are coming out here and having their go round for the second day. They played, of course, on Saturday in the north of the state, and so it is Andrew Silverfox Hopwood in the main commentary tower, and I'm joined by Brad Hastie to help me along with some expert comments. And I tell you what, Brad, before you've just got settled in, that was beautiful transition of the ball from the STJFL.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good to see Jackson Thorpe there. He's been having he's doing really well through the pre-season, watching him on the track at North Hobart. Really good set of hands, Jackson, and uses the ball really well.
So we can see here, just arc that kick around, not the best of ball drops, and that's a really nice mark there to Gertis, the skipper for the Steelers. I was saying before, it's a wonderful thing, Brad, that the Mornington Peninsula League are very similar to the STJFL in numbers, so they're around about that 4,000 that they bring their boys and girls away on this long weekend. Not only that it's a good learning thing for the playing side of things, but you're gelling as a team, you're travelling and learning about what fuel to put in your body to get the best out of it. So it's a really good learning experience, I think.
Oh, absolutely. It's it's really good to get this opportunity, because this age group, they haven't been able to get away for the national carnivals with COVID, and so seeing how they stack up against another representative comp, so really good for their development.
And that was Beasley, who went down towards the goals, and that was very clever work there from the forward pocket to put that one through. And also, you can be a big fish in a small pond, and then all of a sudden, you go and you play against another competition where, again, there's another 4,000 kids who run around, and you understand then what the competition's like out in the big wide world, don't you, Brad?
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
So that was Harper, kicks it towards the wing position. And the other thing I like about this is, Brad, that all of a sudden, one bloke that you play against and you want to belt the living suitcase out of them week in after week becomes your mate. Yeah. And you're learning a little bit about that, new teammates, and I just like this format as the STJFL through Harrison McLeod just tried to thump that ball as they swing around to the Steelers, who had a very, very good win against the NTJFA on Saturday in very hot conditions. Be interesting to see how they pull up. That was Maxie Gapin who went that spoil. Now they're combining very nicely as the STJFL, trying to go up that outer side. Coming back indoors are the Steelers, back towards the centre half forward position. Spelt that ball, goes high, ball's in dispute. Big pack of players, no one there, front and centre. You can see it's slightly congested at the start, but that was very nicely played. There is Harper, goes on his left foot. Look at the big pick up there, goes back inside. Oh, did everything right. It's pulling back, and that has come from the top shelf, Brad Hastie.
Absolutely, that was great from Harper there. Clarence boy, sensational user of the footy, and he works really hard. He got it a couple of times in that chain then. Did really well. Brereton getting it out of the back half, started well.
I like the way you said in that chain, and the chain means there is a link, and it linked up and kept running. That's the beauty of that. You can see that possession of where it was, and here he comes back into screen.
He was also a part of that spoil with the pack as well. He was involved with that as well. So, fantastic. Really
what
well
a
done.
Great learning experience if you are out there, and of course the coverage brought to you by the STJFL's media partner, Duff TV. It's an easy game if you're sort of prepared to run and get the ball like that, Brad, isn't it? He just kept running and demanded the footy.
Brereton again. It is. It is a simple game.
All right, so it is the Steelers from their centre halfback. They're trying to mount another assault on that one. It's well played there by, I think that was Burton, who you alluded to from Kingborough. Back inside towards full forward, but strong mark playing in front there of the Steelers. They decide to go out wide, looking for Summer, and he doesn't let it down. Or that can be a dangerous kick. It wasn't accurate. It was a very brave kick to go back in the corridor from the half back line. You can see held on in the tackle. I think that was McLeod, of course, of whom you've had quite a bit to do with in your good coaching years there at North Hobart. But again, ball in dispute. Picking that one up now, trying to barge their way through is Butler. And again, it's somewhat errant. Playing from behind, that one was Henderson. He looked a little bit despondent, but that's better as he tried to chase. And that one has been cut off in the centre. So they're getting plenty of the ball in the early stages, are the STJFL, Brad.
They are. They're setting up well across the back of the ball there, across the behind the ball, I should say. Brereton, he's probably had it about half a dozen times already.
He has, hasn't he?
Just cutting off that ball.
You can see here go the STJFL. They come back inside. One of the big targets were there. He had the arms up and just couldn't quite bring that one in. The umpire said it wasn't going to come out, but the pace already is really on in this game. It looks to me like the STJFL have really come to play. They understood that they're up against a really good quality outfit that are coming down here. These aren't tourists coming down. Look at the sights of Tasmania, Brad. They've come down here to try and take a couple of scalps.
No, absolutely. No matter what. If there's two teams out there, there's always a win on the line.
Yeah, very much so. And it's great for these young fellas before the STJFL season proper starts to see where they're at. You know, there's been a few months now trying to get ready for the season that lay ahead. And it's fantastic that Mornington Peninsula are travelling because their leagues in Victoria, Brad, were absolutely decimated by COVID, and they were in lockdown after lockdown. So it is wonderful for these young boys and girls to be able to now come over to Tasmania for the tour. Of course, the STJFL, well, that one's taken a little bit too high. And I think that's umpire Kelly. He's got the big mutton chops there. It looks like it's his umpire Ned Kelly doing a great job. Just bringing their players back. Decides to play on. Here's this kick coming inside. Man in front. That was Whittington from Clarence. Couldn't quite take it. They've got their eyes on the ball. Goes to front and centre. There is Henderson. Now is the little handball out to space. This is much better from the STJFL. Across the body and just offside. Was that...
Giles.
McLeod?
Williams, Williamson out to Giles. A couple of Clarence boys linking up.
As we can see here on the Mood Food replay, those couple of handballs running out and across the body, couldn't quite bring it in and through for the minor score, but it's good signs by the STJFL early. The only thing I would say, Brad, is if I'm coaching and I've had so much of the play, I'd be frustrated. I actually haven't got as much scoreboard pressure. How would you be looking at it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming from halfway to the mids, there was the midfield, the forward line.
Yep.
I think some of those handballs needed to be there to the guy running past rather than just sort of banging it on the boot.
Yep, I agree. That was Butler who got that one out there, Brad, and just over and out of bounds. So I'm just looking down too. Looks like good numbers from the STJFL. I know in the girls division they had a couple of late people had to withdraw from. I think there was a couple who weren't well, so they only had the one on the bench. So I think travelling with a bigger squad of the STJFL, and that one is out. So they've had more of the ball, but they're holding up nicely at the moment.
And there've been a couple of moves forward as well where the forward player was caught behind.
Yes.
So it was, from a coaching point of view, you'd be really wanting those guys to make sure that they're in front.
Absolutely. So now that is Brereton, who has had a wonderful first quarter.
He's been fantastic.
Now you can see it's pretty crowded in front of him. So he decides to go long, looking for someone to make a contest. There is the front and centre. That's exactly where you want your fleet of foot players to be. Bracknell, was it?
Cracknell.
Yep. Got that. Now it comes out either further towards Thorpe. Thorpe was good in the tackle. And you can see the intensity around the old onion there. Look at the numbers as the ball is thrown up. So you need to be really clean. If you fumble, there'll be someone right on you. As here come the Steelers, they pick it up. So if it's crowded there, it must be open in the other areas. That's a good spoil. That was Carter Roach. And I tell you what, I'm always fascinated too, Brad, when I was coaching through the juniors. Each year when you came back for your summer training, the growth rate in some of these kids, and I already just noticed then young Carter Roach, he sort of shot up. A lot of these boys now are a lot bigger, aren't they?
Yeah,
just getting
absolutely.
used to their bodies.
Shooting up and filling out.
Oh,
absolutely.
If they don't eat, they graze. I know that. The old footy team used to come to our place like a locust had just taken over the pantry. As the ball coming back in, I think it was very, very close to the boundary line, and indeed it will be a throw-in. So very even competition at the moment. 10.5 minutes in. The STJFL, as we just checked Brighton's best bakehouse scoreboard at 117 to the MPJFL, the Mornington Peninsula Steelers. They are on the one behind. So the thing for them is they are very much in this game in that they, although the STJFL, as I just checked our laptop, have had 69% of the play, they haven't been able to capitalise yet, but here is an opportunity. I like that switch of play to get it out to that open side of the ground. Going back in to get it is Ling. Another handball out, running player, arching their way forward. Couldn't quite get through that particular time was Harper. Need a big mark here. Oh, that showed some good courage to stand underneath it. Was Visser, the boy from Claremont. And as soon as that ball hits the ground, Brad, there are plenty of numbers around the footy.
There are. That was fantastic from Visser then.
Yes.
Yeah, bit of a shame not to be rewarded with a grab. He did really well.
Sometimes it takes some courage, doesn't it, when you're of that sort of size to stand in front of a pack. I know in our great game we love to see people just sort of leap over the back and get on someone's shoulders. But I tell you what, when you know the ball is high and there are going to be people around you to stand there like young Visser did, he showed good courage and just didn't quite pull it in. So here is another loose ball, picked up that particular time by Dobson, the boy from Red Hill. Great spoil there. Gee, just reading the play there was McLeod, and punched that one out.
The new trim.
It is. Have a look at that.
Yes.
He normally has the big longer locks, and of course, because it's a tight crop, he'd have the Leo Sayers if it went a bit long, wouldn't he, Brad?
Yes, he would.
Probably all these young ones listening out there.
Not a clue who you're talking about.
Who the hell's this Leo Sayer rooster? Just have a look out there. I feel like dancing, the big fella, and there he'll bring him up. So that was nice play, as that was Richards. Richards coming back out, looking to get the handball out towards Ling, and that's a 50. That's very costly.
You just see the difference there, just playing in front. That kick in from Harper was not pinpoint, but it was just to the spot.
Yep.
Richards on a lead, and now we're going to surely kick a goal.
So here is Liam Ling, and Ling has popped that one through. Young fella plies his trade up there at Brighton, because both Dad and Granddad played. I think it's the famous postman, Danny, who played
Absolutely.
for many Glenorchy Premiership back in those halcyon days when there was 10,000 used to go and watch the old TFL. Nice play. He's making his name for himself, is Liam Ling, and he's popped that one through. So good play by the STJFL, as we just check on the Brighton's best bakehouse scoreboard that shows the STJFL 2-1-13 to the Mornington Peninsula Steelers 1 behind. Tell you what, Brad, it's a great facility up here at Campbelltown, isn't it?
Yeah, Walkie, this is the first time I've been since they've built all the new stuff. It's it's fantastic. Fantastic.
I thought it was like the old State Cinema. They had the big 4 big screens up there, the whole lot. No, really good to see some money being spent in community football, and also it's central to the north and the south, so what an ideal spot to play a development series game like this one. As we can see here, the Steelers getting their hands on the old onion. It gets out towards Harry Dobson. Dobson drive them, looking for some of the bigger players like Barnes. Can't quite pick it up, but going for that second effort. And that one has been seen out, and again that will be thrown back in, but it is an opportunity here for the Steelers as they are deep into their attacking zone. Go the big players. Bit of a knockout there. That was Hayes, the vice captain. He can't pick it up. Oh, this is good play by the STJFL. They're using that chain. What I like there, as soon as one person took possession, they all ran so they could link up, as that was Leeson. Goes back indoors looking for Thorpe. Thorpe picks it up, and a lot of beautiful lead. Gee, how about that, Brad? From right in deep in defence, it ends up in the hands of Cody Whiten, and it didn't touch a Steelers' hands.
No, and again, Harper involved.
Yep.
And Jackson, like I said earlier on, a great user of the footy, Jackson.
Lowered the eyes there
beautiful.
too, Brad, didn't they? All right now, so this is the crucial one, as that kick just sways across, but they raffle this. It's an STJFL mark there. We're never going to say the umpire's incorrect there, Brad, but we had we had a great look at that one, didn't we?
I thought it might have been Jackson's mark there.
Yep.
I think Williamson snatched it off him.
Oh, well, comes back again to the STJFL.
Won't make any difference.
It doesn't indeed, and that was persistence there as it came out, and we'll have a look at that on the Mood Food replay just to confirm who popped that one through, Brad. But, gee, that was lovely play. Here we go. That was the one that we thought might have been paid, as we just wait for this handball to come out. As look at the determination, just falling over each other here, not giving up. This is the handball that was the crucial one. And in it comes, and there was the kick. Was that Henderson?
Yes.
I think that was Shane Henderson. Beautiful kick, and put it through. And that's the third goal for the STJFL. And now all of a sudden, from all of those possessions, they're getting some fruit for their labour, as we just have a look at the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, which reads the STJFL are 3-1-19 to the Mornington Peninsula Steelers, 1 behind. There is Butler. Butler, long kick out wide. Just there is Gillies trying to follow that ball. As soon as he gets there, there's a couple more. Here's a chance for the Steelers. Only a minute or so to go. Strong attempt to mark. That was Muscat for the Steelers. It's close to the line. The umpire says, I think that was a little bit too high there, Brad.
Yeah, I think just like the want from Hills to put body on him then. Just a little high.
So it is. Hayes, the vice captain, goes in. Been told to play on. Good signs by the STJFL as Butler tries to mark that one. It comes down towards Lee Song. And as soon as that ball comes loose, the STJFL are really on their bikes and running hard in numbers. And that's the one thing I've noticed already as it comes back inside to Williamson. He'll always look for someone else to go to. Tricking down now. They have got one last chance. Long raking kick just comes over the top. Couldn't quite pick it in, was Whiten. But there at the back, mopping up, I think that was Connor Ling. And Ling has popped that one through. Gee whiz, that was good play. I thought all of a sudden, here's a big chance for the Steelers to nip that goal through. And they just through persistence worked it through numbers, Brad. And aren't they working as a really cohesive unit, the STJFL?
They are. And I notice like at training too, going to watch, they do like practice the handball out and sort of taking your time, getting your kicks in. So they are looking for that better option all the time. But just, Connor Ling, he's having a great start to this game too, getting a lot of those handballs out to the runners. Some of those possessions that you don't tend to notice.
Yes.
But it was good to see him on the end of one there.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to know. There's a little bit of work to be done for coach Paul Hudson for the visiting Mornington Peninsula crew. Of course, talking of names, Paul played his footy down here and went on to have a fantastic career in the AFL for Hawthorn and then Bulldogs. As that one comes back in through the centre of the ground. Beautiful hands that now the STJFL, 19 minutes done, and I tell you what, they are really trying to apply the pressure. That comes back inside. Well done by Vizzer again. Back into trouble. just pushed over. I think that was Fletcher Richards.
Good tackle.
He's a big, tall fellow like his dad's a premiership player with Clarence, and that one nearly took the head off. And that Vizza, he's been lively, Brad, hasn't he?
He's very, very good at getting that free kick. It's one of his strengths, his ability, sort of Selwood-like, I guess. That
I was
ability,
about to say that he's
ability
sort of,
to draw the kick. Yeah.
Yeah, he's certainly putting himself in, and once you do that, you've got an opportunity to get the free kick as Butler goes long and right at the top of his form. Whiten comes out, stretches the Dukes up and has pulled in that mark, and he's taken a couple of strong marks. If you can see here, look at the vertical leap. He's taken it right at the highest point possible. And his first kick at goal wasn't great, but I tell you what, I think he's made up for it this time as he has put that one through for a goal. And one of the positive things as well, Brad, as the siren has gone for quarter time here at the Robins headquarters in Campbelltown, it's been an even spread of goal kickers. It's Liam Ling 1, Shane Henderson 1, Connor Ling 1, Blake Harper and Cody Whiten 1. And for our visitors, they are yet to register a goal. They are one behind, but they've got some good players. We saw them on Saturday go around. They look a tad dejected. If you put your coaching hat on, Brad, what would you say to your charges if you were in charge of the Steelers?
Well, I think it's just that pressure of the ball coming in. I think quite often with most games when you're down, it's because you're getting good football coming into your forward line. I think you sort of stop it at the source. I think with Brereton, he was fantastic across that half-back line, cutting it off, coming through. I think making sure that they're not getting that easy ball coming out of their forward line. I think cutting it off there, really making sure that if your forwards are having to come up, that they're really making that it a contest to not allow the STJFL guys to just get good looks.
Well, there's no doubt about it. The STJFL, Brad, hit the ground running. They'd be thrilled with the start. They don't want to get complacent, but we're really, really lucky to have your input as a man who has coached in this division. You know a lot of these young players intimately, as we see on the Mood Food replay, another goal go through. So it is our opportunity now to have our first break in the under 16 game. So we'll be back with the second quarter very shortly.
Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's best bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste. Love it homemade. Their own recipes. Freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
So welcome back here to the Campbell Town Oval, which sees the second and last game of our broadcast today, and of course the last game in the MPJFL's tour of Tasmania. They've already had a couple of games, and they are coming up against some very stiff opposition here in the STJFL. And I was interested, I went down and had a bit of a listen to Coach Hudson, but of course coaches Suter, Legsig and McPherson just took them in their groups, quietly explained how things were going. Hudson went about his business of just asking plenty of questions, but one of the things I was alluded to, one of the coaches, maybe they were a little bit asleep. They had a really good win, and I think they understand that the STJFL are here to play. So Brad, what was the message from the STJFL camp?
Well, I'll start off with an apology, Hoppy. I didn't get to hear what Coach Struthers was saying. Sorry, I ran into Armstrong down there.
So old Doggo just cornered you, did he?
Yeah, he did. So yeah, sorry about that.
Well, what you're going to do, just to give you that heads up in the broadcast, you just got to bluff your way through here. So I'm just going to throw questions. You say, well, Hoppy, I was down there and he did X, Y, Z. You can tell me
I'll have to
and
do
the
that
viewers
after
anything.
The second quarter.
Well,
just say it with conviction.
I reckon you could sort of suggest that he would be pretty happy with how they're going. And look, let's just set up. They'll be awake now, so we can't drop off, because if we give anyone an inch, they'll work their way back into it.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, even talking to Armstrong down there, he was very happy with the way they were using the ball and running and looking for that handball, looking for that easy kick wider.
Yep.
Yeah, he was happy with that. And you'd have to agree that the way they're moving the ball is obviously putting the score on the board for them.
So that was a ball that just went through over the top, through those hands, and a minor score, but the good signs for the STJFL. There's no real breeze to speak of, Brad. I didn't really notice on my position.
Fantastic footy weather out there today.
It is. Just a few of the flags are starting. If anything, it's probably coming across the ground. It's probably coming from the east to west, I would have thought. Very picturesque as we look out across the heart of Tasmania. It's great to be out and about in this long weekend drawing to a close, and footy is about us, and I know early April the STJFL gets underway. That is a very strong tackle, but being paid the other way, taken too high. As long as there's just a little bit of consistency, Brad, we can see from this angle, if you were just to see the last of that second tackle, that was certainly a bit high.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, coaches would be happy with that.
Yep.
You don't mind giving away one or two high ones if you're going to have the endeavour like that to the,
I agree.
to the man. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
The thing that was impressive for the STJFL there, it was one tackle that was slightly missed. The second one came straight over the top, as well as there is young Thomas Williams to try and get the handball moving, looking further afield for Thorpe, and there is young Maxie Gapin as well, but it will now be another boundary throw in. It is the STJFL. They have the ascendancy in this early stages of the match. They are playing for 20-minute quarters in this game, just slightly longer than the ladies, who played the 18-minute quarters. So now
he might have a crack at this, Connor.
I was going to say, Connor Lingy, he proved that he's got a reasonable boot on him. I think we can just see slightly that 50-metre arc, whether that's a true 50. So there's 50 gone. So maybe kicking from 48. Didn't quite get the purchase on the big pendulum that went back, and to push that one through and off the hands and through for another minor score. But again, it's the STJFL have just seemed to have locked that ball inside their forward 50, and then here they are again. Look at the numbers just behind the ball, and as soon as the ball hits the ground, they're really getting over there.
From Whiten there.
It was
the mark, the chase.
Terrific work. It was also Butler, then back over towards Ling, and again, maybe that kick, Brad, could potentially, instead of just a real 50-50 at best, try and get it to the top of the square, because they've already proven they've got lots of the capacity to take a clunker mark.
Yeah, and absolutely, and even some of the backs that are setting up, like they could sort of recognise that the switch might be on for them,
Yep.
might sort of sneak in and snag themselves one.
Maybe the runner just might send them out and sort of say, let's just put team at front of mind. I'm not saying anyone's selfish. It's early in the season. That's why this development series is so good. These young fellas are getting a great warm-up in readiness for the launch of the STJFL season, which will get underway imminently, which we are first thing. And there has been, we just got a text come in and asking, is the anti-density being played? And we can say that it isn't being played today, and I'm not sure why that is the case. Brad, do you have any?
No, I'm only just sort of having a look at the ground now. It certainly isn't being played at the minute.
It's not. I noticed Coach Hudson said a few minutes ago, look, they're not. He wasn't angry at all. He was just saying, look, that isn't being played, so I want you to push up that little bit to pick up on the player. So we had another shot then while I was waffling on about the answer. And we thank you. If you've got any other questions out there, to send it into us at Duff TV, and we'll try and answer those calls for you. So it is Steelers getting that ball out wide, taking the mark. Not a lot of run at this stage. That's better. Gets that mark that came out to Froomes, who quickly went on to Summer. You can see it's coming up towards their 50-metre line now. STJFL just had the poise to stop, pick it up. I'm not sure if the umpire said had prior. They're saying indeed it wasn't. I think that was Cracknell who picked that one up. Actually did a good job. Knew he was going to be taken. And that's a skill in that one, Brad. Sometimes to teach a kid to hang on to the footy then, because he had probably no right to hang on to it. Could have got rid of it. And you see, not saying they get scared, but he took the tackle and was either going to be at worst a free kick against him, that weren't going to get the ball away into a better offensive position.
Yeah, absolutely. As a junior, it's good to see him. That's something we've sort of taught for years. It buys your back line 2 or 3 seconds. If he gets caught holding the ball, you'll take that. They've got an extra few seconds to set up. If they try and get rid of it quickly, not to be caught with the footy, then it's gone.
That's right.
So, yeah, it buys your backs a bit of time. He did that really well.
Yeah, I know. He's an old veteran junior coach, and now coaching the ladies team. It's the thing I'll say. Look, it is a combative, physical sport. If you're going to get taken on, try and get your hands high to see if you can get it out. If not, I'd rather give the free kick away there than downfield. And here is McLeod. He's looking very, very fit and going in. Gee whiz,
those hands of Jackson Thorpe's.
Beautiful mark. Absolutely lovely.
For a guy his size, he's a really hard match.
Yep.
Jackson, he's got a great set of hands and he's really good in the air. And he's just as competent on the ground as well. Tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup. Yeah, when you said that, when you look at the height that's out there, he's not one that stands out, but gee whiz, that was a very, very effective mark as he backed back into the pack too, showing great courage as we watch here on the Mood Food replay. He had no idea if anyone was going to come in and spoil him. It was probably Harry Dobson there who just dropped back, and it was a learning experience for him. Maybe just to have, I'm maybe a bit old school, Brad. I'd rather have just that arm across and a bit more touch and feel, know where your attacker is. Don't just get dropped off like that.
Yeah, I mean, you do want your backs backing themselves and really taking them on, but I think there's a skill in knowing when and when not to with regards to that.
Okay.
Great clearance.
Here is the STJFL going in.
So young Millwood.
And it is Millwood who is going to go back and have another shot on goal. So you're telling me this young fellow was an under 15 player?
So yeah, he's young one doing a lot of the stuff with the 16s development squad. Seeing him on the track.
Yep.
Quite still like quite raw when you sort of compare him to some of the forwards that we have in the age group.
Yes.
But certainly a very capable young player.
And also we've had quite a bit of inquiry come in to Duff TV wondering about one of the players who's been out injured, Charlie Hastie. What can you tell me about how's young Charlie going?
Going well. He's he's had a few months off.
Yep.
Just with regards to a surgical procedure that he had, and it, the recovery was a little, a little longer, a lot longer than we'd hoped. So he's back on the deck now, and he's had a couple of weeks, and we actually have a club practice match with our 16s and 18s this afternoon. So he made himself unavailable for today for this game, just for it being his first game, first hit out for a few months. So
just easing himself back into it.
Yeah, hopefully go all right this afternoon for the club.
Oh, that's good. Well, there was Williamson back into Thorpe, and Thorpe, beautiful vertical leap, up he goes. And the other fellow we mentioned a minute ago, young Millwood, of course, kicked 6 goals in the grand final last year in the under-14 division.
He can play.
Yeah,
he's a player.
So here we go. It is the STJFL. Slower pace in this quarter, but look at that. I tell you what, their entries have been spot on, haven't they? Their forward line has been able to get good space the way they're running, and the delivery to the players' free side. Look at that kick. Brilliant kick and lovely mark.
Yeah, they've really polished up that inside 50 kick now from the first quarter.
See here on that move through to replay.
It gives your forwards heaps of confidence just to give that initial push off, lead, get in front, knowing that the kick's going to be lace out. Lots of confidence.
The kick there, Brad, was good, wasn't it? Because it was to the player's advantage.
Yeah,
he had players beside, and they thought, oh, well, I know he can jump, so let's just kick it out on that side and give him every opportunity. As there's been...
I think often they want to try and drill a kick to a forward, a real low worm burn, a sort of a kick onto the chest, where as a forward you just want it to the spot.
Yep.
We just see a kick there to Richards.
Yep. I always used to sort of say, pretend you're going to, I don't know, instead of those low hard ones, which is like your 4-iron, I say, no, get the 7-iron out, get the 8-iron, just put it up and out and say you're going to run into that space and get it. This is better by the Steelers as they get the ball inside their 50. Umpire Kelly says play on. Coming back out to that area of danger and uncertainty is under plenty of pressure. Be interesting to see how the defenders stack up on this particular time. It's Carter Roach. Normally plays on the centre half back position. That is a very, very dangerous kick, and the mark taken by Taylor. Taylor now, he fancies himself from here, Brad, so he's going to go back, and now he has taken the time. It's incumbent on him to make sure he gets this distance.
Yeah, seen a few shots sort of go over to the left side of the goals there. It might not be an easy kick.
Okay, so it is. Taylor comes in now. Doesn't quite get all of the ball. There seems to be plenty of white jumpers. They can't pick it up, and running it out here is Gillies.
Giles,
sorry. It is Giles. I apologise. Giles.
Oh, well
nice
done.
kick to space. The tackle there, but he just
It's
went
another
a
one
low.
there, Hoppy. It's you don't. It's a funny one. You don't want the free kick to be given away, but when you're you've got that much intent for the guy with the footy, you'll wear a few of those.
Oh, absolutely. So the ball comes back in. Charging at it is Williams for the STJFL. High hands, gets that handball away very, very quickly. Nice play by the STJFL. Back in towards the centre of the ground. And marking that one is Henderson, using every bit of width, and gee whiz,
the link up to break the lines there. That's really good to hear from Lee Song.
Oh, I was about to say, by gee, he's covering a little bit of ground, and he was just putting the foot into the ball, and the umpire thought to himself, no, I reckon you've had a fair chance, son. Probably covered about 15 to 17 metres. Probably just that one step too many, Brad.
Nice long strides.
It was long
great
strides.
from Ling then.
Oh, look at this. As soon as the ball hit the ground, the STJFL got over there, so they had the extra number around the ball. And so it is now Williamson who goes in and just chipping in front. The Steelers come across the ground. This could be dangerous. Oh, that was brave. So they need to link again. They need to have precision kicking. As that's Windsor. Windsor now. He goes on to his left foot. He's a man who's been a little bit quiet in this quarter, but not because he hasn't been in good form. It's just that the ball hasn't been near where Brereton has been down back. And there is a case of 50 metres. As coming in was Charlie Leesong, just a little bit too late there, Brad. And I don't really have an argument with that one.
Coaches don't like those ones. They don't like those ones.
Yeah, I'm with you. So now, big, long raking kick, and you can see how much that cost, that ill-disciplined play, as the 50 metres came in. The ball came in quickly before all of the defensive line can get organised, and Beasy has taken a good, strong mark. So the big fella from Mount Martha, he goes back and has a good look at the goals. That's a nice-looking kick. I tell you what, its accuracy is there, but just touched on the line. What a beautiful looking kick.
It's holding up a little, that end.
Yeah, just looking out at those flags as we just go around. It is turning around a bit. It's sort of more from the south, so it probably, if anything, just slightly favouring the STJFL end that they are kicking now. So it's 15 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. We hope that you are enjoying the game here. It's the STJFL v the MPJFL. Of course, that is the Mornington Peninsula, and that is a brilliant pick-up there by Thorpe. And a lovely kick. How about the link-up play here by the STJFL? That one there, Brad, has come from the top shelf.
That was fantastic. Good linking up. Yeah, well, it was top shelf footy.
All of those people, I think it was Gapin was another one who had a handball in that one, as we can see here on the replay. That was the longs. That's the pickup that I loved. And there, what you needed to understand the quality play that was not running around in an arc. It was deciding that I'm going to keep running away from goal, understanding that my teammates are going to be predictable and come up and take the handball from me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that kick, that little chip kick from Gapin was fantastic. Perhaps forgiving him for blazing away, but
yes,
yeah, he's very high IQ footballer, young Gapin.
So it is
very smart with it.
STJFL, very handy lead at this stage, as that one goes straight up, and the big man Fulks takes it out of the air, but he was well seized upon there by Butler. And I tell you what, I've been impressed by the way Butler's been going about his work too. He runs so beautifully as Liam Ling, very evasive and clever, goes back inboard and then spots another kick up as they come out, and there might be Fletcher, Richard.
Cracknell.
Is it that Cracknell, is it?
Yeah, Cracknell to Fletcher.
Yep. So going back inside and drifting back is Harper. That's as good a mark as you'll see in the STJFL all year. That's courage.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that one again on the Mood Food replay in a minute. Here it is again, Brad. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very courageous mark.
Look at him. Look where his eyes are. They haven't moved. I tell you what, if that was 1A Silver Fox Hopwood, the eyes would have darted down just a little bit about me, Brad.
Turned around to rove it.
All those little short steps. That was a very, very good mark. So can he cap off the good work of the mark? Oh, he does. That's a magnificent kick. So all of a sudden, there's a little bit of scoreboard pressure being applied here, Brad, as we just check Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, which reads the STJFL. Goodness gracious me, they are 9-6-60 to the MPJFL. That's the Steelers from the Mornington Peninsula, 2 behinds 2. So on the first occasion that they are playing the STJFL, they know they are certainly in for a game. And this is exactly the opposite polar from the previous game, where we saw the Steelers come out and do a number on the STJFL, and then in the last quarter the STJFL was so stoic and stayed in the game and got those late couple of goals, whereas here it's almost exactly the same, and the STJFL are being relentless. And this particular time the Steelers have done well through the agency of Gertis, the captain, plays for the Dramana club, but every time the ball does get towards their forward line, the STJFL are prepared to run in numbers. They're really hungry across half-back, Brad, aren't they?
Yeah, Richardson was very good then. He sort of competed in the air and a couple of goes at it on the ground as well. just to make sure the ball was held up, set up again.
Yep. Ball comes out wide. That is Ling. Picks it up, screws it around the body because there wasn't an option to handball to. And it goes to the boundary line and over she goes. So just into the last throws of the second quarter, and what's been very entertaining, and they're just like a car that's going along very nicely down a highway are the STJFL. They've already been through the first and second gears. They got her into third, and I reckon they're just cruising on about fifth now and getting ready to get her into top gear, as there is Taylor who picks it up for the Mornington Peninsula, but the siren has beaten him, as there's a bit of a boot straight into the old faces if you need that when you're trailing by a lazy 60 odd points. But it reads the STJFL 9-6-60 to the MPJFL Steelers 2 behind. So far it is Whiten's got a couple, Harper, Thorpe, Ling and Henderson and Liam Ling, so it's Liam Ling and Connor Ling. Well, Brad, so far it has been very, very good performance by the STJFL.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you were saying, I like the analogy about the car. I think, I really think it'll, coming into the third quarter, they'll get their messages from Coach Struthers and, and really try and ramp it up. Well, because all of these boys, they want to be making their, pleading their case for state selection. So, yeah, they'll be really wanting to do well this second half. Yeah, it's interesting you say that. It's just not about a pre-season game, just sort of easing into the season. I like the way you just said that, pleading. They really want to put their case forward and say, pick me. And so they don't want to take their foot off the pedal. It's the old thing. You've got your opposition down now. They're laying on the grass and you've got your foot just sitting on the throat, and you either let them up or push it down and say, I want to be part of that carnival series. So, Brad, thank you so much for your work so far. It's our opportunity now, ladies and gentlemen, to put the billy on, go and have a cup of tea, and we'll come back to your very dear friends here at Duff TV for all the second half highlights very, very short. Trying to go up that outer side, coming back indoors are the Steelers, back towards the centre half forward position, spelt that ball, goes high, ball's in dispute, big pack of players, no one there, front and centre. You can see it's slightly congested at the start, but that was very nicely played. There is Harper, goes on his left foot, look at the big pick up there, goes back inside. Oh, did everything right. It's pulling back, and that has come from the top shelf, Brad Hastie. Absolutely, that was great from Harper there. Clarence ball.
So that was nice play, as that was Richards. Richards coming back out, looking to get the handball out towards Ling, and that's a 50. That's very costly.
To just see the difference there, just playing in front. That kick in from Harper was like it was not pinpoint, but it was just to the spot.
Yep.
Richards on a lead. And, now we're going to surely kick a goal.
So here is Liam Ling. And Ling, we're never going to say the umpire's incorrect there, Brad, but we had a great look at that one, didn't we?
I thought it might have been Jackson's mark there. Yep. I think Williamson snatched it off him.
Oh, well, comes back again to the STJFL.
Won't make any difference.
It doesn't indeed, and that was persistence. There, as it came out, comes loose. The STJFL are really on their bikes and running hard in numbers, and that's the one thing I've noticed already. As it comes back inside to Williamson, he'll always look for someone else to go to. Tricking down now, they have got one last chance. Long raking kick just comes over the top. Couldn't quite pick it in, was Whiten, but there at the back, mopping up, I think that was Connor Ling. And Ling has popped that one through. Gee whiz, that was good play. I thought all an opportunity to get the free kick as Butler goes long and right at the top of his form. Whiten comes out, stretches the Dukes up and has pulled in that mark. And He's taken a couple of strong marks. If you can see here, look at the vertical leap. He's taken it right at the highest point possible. And his first kick at goal wasn't great, but I tell you what, I think he's made up for it this time, as he has put that one through for a goal. And one of the positive things as well, Brad, as the siren has to see if you can get it out. If not, I'd rather give the free kick away there than downfield. And here is McLeod. He's looking very, very fit and going in. Gee whiz,
those hands of Jackson Thorpe's.
Beautiful mark. Absolutely lovely.
For a guy his size, he's a really hard match.
Yep.
Jackson, he's got a great set of hands and he's really good in the air. And he's just as competent on the ground as well. Yeah, tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup. Yeah, when you said that, when you look at the height that's out there, he's not one that stands out, but gee whiz, that was a very, very effective mark as he backed back in.
This afternoon for the club.
Oh, that's good. Well, there was Williamson back into Thorpe, and Thorpe, beautiful vertical leap, up he goes. And the other fellow we mentioned a minute ago, young Millwood, of course, kicked 6 goals in the grand final last year in the under-14 division.
He can play.
Yeah,
he's a player.
So here we go. It is the STJFL. Slower pace in this quarter, but look at that. I tell you what, their entries have been spot on, haven't they? Sort of more from the south, so it probably, if anything, just slightly favouring the STJFL end that they are kicking now. So it's 15 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. We hope that you are enjoying the game here. It's the STJFL v the MPJFL. Of course, that is the Mornington Peninsula, and that is a brilliant pick-up there by Thorpe. And a lovely kick. How about the link-up play here by the STJFL? That one there, Brad, has come from the top shelf.
That was fantastic. Good linking up.
Kick up as they come out, and there might be Fletcher, Richard.
Cracknell.
Is it that Cracknell, is it?
Yeah, Cracknell to Fletcher.
Yep. So going back inside and drifting back is Harper. That's as good a mark as you'll see in the ST. Been through the first and second gears. They got her into third, and I reckon they're just cruising on about fifth now and getting ready to get her into top gear. As there is Taylor who picks it up for the Mornington Peninsula, but the siren has beaten him, as there's a bit of a boot straight into the old faces if you need that when you're trailing by a lazy 60-odd points. But it reads the STJFL 9-6-60 to the MPJFL Steelers 2 behind. So far it is White's got a couple, Harper, Ling and Henderson and Liam Ling. So it's Liam Ling and Connor Ling. Well, Brad, so far it has been very, very good performance by the STJFL.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you were saying, I like the analogy about the car. I think, I really think it'll come in the third quarter and they'll get their messages from Coach Struthers and really try and ramp it up. Well, because all of these boys, they want to be making their, pleading their case for.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's best bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste. Love it homemade. Their own recipes. Freshly baked. Brighton's best bakehouse. Love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
So we are all in readiness to start the second half in the big representative game of the STJFL, who are 9-6-60 against the MPJFL Steelers, the touring Victorian team from the Mornington Peninsula, on 0-2-2. So they certainly did come out of the blocks very, very swiftly. Given it's their first go round for the season, it'll be interesting to see if the STJFL can maintain that intensity, and I'd be very interested in your view as you look across the ground. Coach Hastie, special comments. Are there any major positional changes? Because I guess that's the next thing, given it is sort of like a development series, to see if any of the players have been moved around, to see how they go in different positional as that ball comes in. And that man, Carter Roach, was definitely down back in the first half, and that's where he plays the majority of his football for club, taken too high. And the STJFL, from 1 minute, they were under the pump, a little bit of pressure being applied there by the Steelers, but the back line, as they have done so far through this game, have shown great composure any time that the ball has gone down into their forward line, as Cody Whiten, who's taken some really nice marks, probably forward of centre, where we've noticed him more than not as being one of those better targets, as Richards couldn't quite take that one, but McLeod swerves around. He just lowered the centre of gravity and turned round on, I was about to say a sixpence, and no one would know what I'm talking about there, Brad. Let's say even a 5-cent piece, no one would know now.
And that's the sort of thing that they're like practicing at training, that kick from McLeod.
Yep.
That sort of, instead of blazing away, just really trying to compose yourself, look for that that number out wide.
Yep.
And it really opens up that, as you can see there, open up. It was a uncontested mark before, and then we've got Richards having a shot now. It just it just opens up that side of the ground.
One of the things too I like about the STJFL, you can see right here, it's almost like there is a predictability in what's going to happen next. So if you're a forward, there's trust in where you are going to lead, that you think, all right, the ball's out in a certain position. We understand, and what we've been trained to do is it's going to end up in another area, so that's where I'm going to run to get the ball, Brad. Is that how you've seen the way it played?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying before, like those forwards wanting them to play in front, it's a lot easier if you know that when you do get in front, you're going to get the ball lace out.
Yep.
So, it's once you're predictable to your teammates, it makes things a lot easier.
Certainly does, as here is the MPJFL Steelers trying to get a move on now as that ball comes out. Well done by them. That's White. Long raking kick. A little bit more stagnant in their approach towards the goal. And Vizza, whom we did speak about, was a bit of a live wire on one of their forward positions, has moved down back. He goes across to Brereton, who was absolutely dominant in the first quarter. It's probably when the Steelers had some big opportunities. They were right in the game there, but they weren't able to get the goal. And here's a prime example of how the game's gone, Brad. As soon as the ball does hit the ground, there has been 2-3 STJFL players come in. It's almost like Coach Hudson needs to do a bit of a head count. It's seeming like around the ball and around the contest, they are getting there and supporting their teammates.
Absolutely. And like particular, it's a strength of McLeod's now. It's the strength of McLeod's now that he really does find himself around the ball a lot. We watched a practice match here a week or so ago, and just always around the ball. Working really hard to get to as many contests as he could. And it's sort of interesting having him playing off half back today.
Well, he uses the ball very, very nicely. There's a bit of frustration has come in there to the Steelers, but a nice mark taken there by Jackson Thorpe, who is going to go back. Just needs to kick through this one. I think his first set shot, he sort of didn't kick and went across the body, but then he woke up and said, I've got to kick through. So here he goes again. Ooh. And I might have put the mockers on, but that was the coach. That was the only thought in that first time he had the ball. You've got to make your opportunities go in okay. And unfortunately, on that particular time, it's gone off the side of the boot. He leant right back on that one and only threw for the minor score. So now it is
well done.
A good spoil there by the Steelers.
Always working the mark.
And another good spoil. So just starting off a little bit slower in this time. So the STJFL, as you quite rightly said, Brad, that they'll be very, very keen to do well in this game, given we've got all the old state selectors are here eyeing off how they go. It's a good indication if that they can step up against some good opposition.
And I think too, with regards to the football we play these days, you see it in the AFL so much where it's a system.
Yes.
So they won't be out there trying to get as much footy as they can. It'll be about trying to do everything that they're being coached to do and told to do. They want to be doing everything right.
Well, there you go. Well played there by the Steelers as they get that much needed goal. That just might be the fillip that they need to give them the injection to go forward again, Brad, as we see here. They really worked the ball well from the half-back flank. And the thing that cost the STJFL was a couple of players just didn't keep their feet. It was unfortunate that Carter Roach just fell at the inopportune time, and the Steelers kept his feet, and it ended up coming back towards Barnes. And again, Barnes, strong through the core, was able to pick that one up and hook it around and pop it through for a well-deserved goal there for the Steelers.
I think just being able to break the lines, put the pressure on the back half,
yes,
on the back line for the STJFL.
So here they go now. It comes out to Vizza, and here was the goal scorer from just a few minutes ago. And I tell you what, it is Will Beasy now. They have really come alight here, Brad.
They
Two
have.
goals within a minute.
They've written a different script.
They certainly have, and all our friends watching over there in Victoria, we hope you are enjoying the coverage. You'd be absolutely cock-a-hoot with your boys from the Mornington Peninsula, the way they've come out in this second half with just under 7 minutes gone. Look at the tenacity and the running with the ball. There's 3 and 4. They just swarmed on the STJFL combatants, and they wheeled that one over the line. So terrific work there by the Steelers.
So when you get it in there quick, it puts pressure on the back line and they start to panic.
Yeah, there's something about that, Brad, isn't there? If you can move the ball before your midfields and whatever can get down there, and you can just look as a backman one-on-one, you can't rely on anyone else.
Yeah,
it's problematic. So you are up against it. As it was Cracknell. Of course, Cracknell was one of the young fellas under your tutelage in that very famous victory in the under-13 STJFL Grand Finals. He had a blitzer that day, didn't he?
He did have a good game that day. Yeah, he's very good, Angus. He gets to a lot of contests.
Well, here come the STJFL. That was one that they probably should have capitalised on. It was, I think, Williamson who was on the end of it. He just probably even had a little bit more time on that one, Brad, didn't he?
He did.
He kind of could have. Look, see here, he had a little bit of clearance between himself and his two opposition, and truth be known, I think Millwood was in the square.
I think he might have wanted.
Young
could
Millwood.
Have done with it.
He's only the young one. He probably thought to himself, if you don't mind, please give it over the top. But man, just demand the ball. Here they go. Oh, look at that. Lowering the eyes, and saw the formidable frame of Millwood standing there aloft. And it's not someone that you can miss quite easily, as we alluded to before, Brad. This young fella kicked a lazy half a dozen in the grand final last year in the under-14s as he comes in.
Yeah, and good to see him on the end of a couple.
Yeah, for all the attacking that they'd done, they weren't as polished on the finish, the STJFL, so that'll be a nice steadier for them, just to give them a bit of poise in the game.
Yeah,
it's rather
beautiful
good
there from Liam Ling, another great user of the footy, and like his brother, very smart with the ball, makes the right decisions all the time.
It's so interesting, isn't it, Brad, in this game that you look out there and you got your Lings and the Millwoods, different shapes and sizes, and there's a place for you on the field to do a certain role. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
absolutely.
That isn't the case.
Yeah, I love that about footy. There is a role for everyone. I mean, Liam's probably one of the smaller ones out there, but yeah, you love having him in your side.
I have to say I'm more impressed by the AFL of recent time when they're starting to look at people that are maybe height challenged, whereas before they were just wanting gazelles that maybe couldn't be footballers, but now they're actually taking footballers.
And I think the footy smarts has sort of come back into vogue, and I think your ability to use the footy, now that it's such a systems-based game, you turn it over, it's almost, you're giving up a score.
There again, they had the chance. That was Henderson. They've had the ball down there and they've frittered those particular opportunities. That was Henderson on this particular time. Didn't quite get across his body and bring the ball back from right to left, because I think that's the reserves team training out there on that paddock. Beautiful vistas out here. There's not too many grounds you can play on at this standard. You look on the next oval and some sheep grazing here at the Campbelltown Robins Oval. We thank them very much for hosting this development series game, as that ball again is tapped out, but only goes as far as Connor Ling. Ling looks like a Jedi warrior with that hairstyle, comes back in board, and it's Burton who marks one, very distinctive in his blonde locks. Just a little bit too high that time for Maxie Gapin to grab onto. There is Williams, gets a bit of a shove. Then the big fella's come on. That's Fletcher Richards, who's been a really good, strong target. He looks very dangerous when he's gone for the ball. Probably really hasn't quite finished off his good work, to be honest, Brad. He hasn't got a goal yet, but he's taken some good possessions inside the 50.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just there, that follow-up tackle, he's
good, wasn't
he's really, and that's, I mean, he's a great mark overhead and a good user of the footy, but yeah, that's sort of a part of his game that's like really impressive as well. You really want your key targets to be doing that work on the ground as well.
Oh, very much so. That was very similar in the game prior in the ladies' competition. I can't think of the young lady, she kicked all the goals, but yeah, she just looks so dangerous as that comes back out to McLeod. He bobbing one, bobbing the other. This time they get the right purchase and accuracy, but didn't quite get the distance as that ball was making its way back toward the goal. So it is the Steelers who just take their time on this. They've got a couple of goals. Good comeback from them. STJFL have probably had more of the ball and haven't been as damaging in front of goal this time through. As that ball comes in, there's a 3 or 4 onto 1, and Henderson is outnumbered by the Steelers, so they take it, and that is Barnes, who looks a really nice player. He got that first goal for them. Moving beautifully from defence is Windsor. Nice and open for them now if they need good clean hands. Overrunning at that time was Carter Roach. Needs a bit of support, picks it up, no real prior there. So I hope the umpire might see that. Indeed it has, and it will be another ball up.
So it was really good, the guy in the back half here, I'm not too sure who that was, with the orange boots there, just his willingness to break, run and carry.
Yep.
In long, puts pressure on the back line. Setting up here for a stoppage in their goal mouth now.
Coming back over towards the goal, looking a lot more sort of dangerous. They've worked their way back into this game. It's a long way to go for them to be on the scoreboard, but it is the MPJFL Steelers. 2-3-15. A couple of goals in this quarter. So now that is Ling, comes right out wide towards the wing. There is Ling again. Big, strong play. Henderson comes over the top. Hearing plenty of calls Ling now. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Comes back over Gapin. There he is, fighting very hard to keep that ball in, like a good small forward will do so. Ball in dispute. I tell you what, every time that ball goes up, there's under enormous pressure, and the free kick going to Hosking. I think that was for a very nice tackle. Hosking from the Mount Martha Football Club. He plays on. Nestiel, all of a sudden, he was beset upon there. I think you could see it coming, Brad, but you couldn't get the message out to him, unfortunately, as Lee Song drives in towards the forward. They've got numbers so they can pick it up. And can't quite get the handle on it. Just keep on running away from Williamson then before he could pick that one up and through for the minor score. Yeah, they were running into that open goal, just about to put the 6 points up, and the vagaries of that oval ball hit on the lower side and just ran away. So just taking their time, trying to set this one up. We understand, Brad, that we really thank you very much for your commentary. You have other commitments in the south of the state. We'll be leaving us very, very shortly, but we hope you've enjoyed the experience of coming in to Duff TV this afternoon.
I actually have. It's
very
reluctantly come on the mic, and I'd have. I've enjoyed it. Thanks for the invite.
Very good indeed. So it's great to have, as we always do here on Duff TV, we try and get good quality broadcasters, and Brad's been a ripper of a coach. Great knowledge of the Cape, especially in this division. He knows these boys intimately and what they've been training up. It is an important year in the development of their football, Brad, isn't it, to go away in the 16 carnivals?
Yeah, absolutely, and they unfortunately missed out on going away. It was the first time of 15s were going to go away, but yeah, unfortunately circumstances out of our control.
Yep.
The carnival had to be cancelled, so yeah, I think they'd be chomping at the bit to get away this year.
And that's what, mid-year?
Crossed. I think it's July.
Yeah.
July, I think they're heading off.
That'll be very, very good.
So yeah, it's a very talented group of 16-year-olds we've got.
Gee, can we go back to those big time, like in 1976, when the under-16s won the National Carnival at North Hobart Oval. That was when big Chris Revolt, Maxie Jamison, all those players there at North Hobart. Another mate of mine, mate, you know, Mark Kroon. Krooner played in that team. And they won the whole thing. It was fantastic. So who knows? You send the Tassie boys away. They always fighting above their weight division. But there's some good boys in here, Brad. They're combining very well. They've got plenty of time to train together. I like what I see. Yeah,
and it's interesting, like we were talking earlier on off the mic. Oh, that's a sort of great grab. About the like the age group and sort of they numbers drop off, but I think as far as the top end group, there's not many that have dropped off from this group from a state level. A lot of the under 12 boys that went away. Most, if not all, are still playing footy, which is great.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. And again, the STJFL doing it very nicely at the minute. That said, it's been a very, very good performance by the Steelers to stay in this game and get a couple of goals early, just to give themselves a bit of confidence. And I reckon that tackle might have been
stiff. Yeah, it was
drilling him in.
It was there.
That's the one where potentially maybe just a quick roll over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to show that your intention is to roll that player. If you don't roll him, that one was just more about great vigour and physicality to push your player into the ground.
And we do like that. Eden Hills, he's a North Hobart boy. We do like him playing physical like that.
So that's Hosking, drives the ball in, almost taken there by White, comes to the front and centre, and the STJFL, it might have been McLeod getting that towards Gapin. Just overran that one, goes onto the left foot, coming in here. They need a strong mark. Good spoil there by Barnes, who was out position. That's good play by him from a forward that was from playing from behind, did the discipline thing to bring it to the ground and give your forwards an option. But it is the STJFL now who'll bring it towards that easterly side. That kick was a little bit inaccurate, and it's given the Steelers a chance to come back in with accuracy. Let's have a look at it. And it's cost them a goal, Brad. So although they're well in front, I don't think Coach Struthers will be too thrilled with that particular kick.
No, we do. We put a premium on the footy when we've got it. You don't want to be turning it over there, especially there.
You can see there, just leant back, arched the back, kicked it around the corner, and through for the goal. So nicely done there by the Mornington Peninsula boys. I'm not sure, was that Nate Marchand? I'll just have to confirm that goal in a minute, Brad, but well done by the Steelers. As we can see, only 19 or 18 seconds to go in this third quarter. Bit of a false start, but they go again. Millwood's having a run on the ball. He goes as far as Burton. Gets it out to some of the runners there, and that is Harper. As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, which clearly, we check the Brighton's Best Bakehouse scoreboard, is the STJFL 10-13-73, leading the MPJFL Steelers 3-4-22. So, Brad, thank you very much for your involvement in the game today. We wish you safe travels down south.
No worries, Hobby. Thank you very much. It's sorry I couldn't stay.
That's all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the departure of Brad, don't worry, the old Silver Fox will be back for all the highlights here in the last quarter, but we're going to take our last break and be back for the last quarter with you very shortly.
Lovely guy.
As we alluded to before, Brad, this young fella kicked a lazy half a dozen in the grand final last year in the under-14s as he comes in.
Yeah, and good to see him on the end of a couple.
Yeah.
Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste, love it homemade, their own recipes, freshly baked. Brighton's Best Bakehouse, love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Best Bakehouse, love that homemade taste. Brighton's Best Bakehouse, delicious in every way. Loving the taste, love it homemade, their own recipes, freshly baked. Brighton's Best Bakehouse, love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Best Bakehouse. Love that homemade taste. Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Delicious in every way. Loving the taste. Love it homemade. Their own recipes. Freshly baked. Brighton's Best Bakehouse. Love that homemade taste.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
So welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the last quarter of the big game here in the development series, the MPJFL, which is the Mornington Peninsula Steelers against the STJFL. And so far in this game, it's the STJFL have had the better of the scoring opportunities, and they are leading 10-13-73 to the Steelers 3-4-22. But one of the things I've noticed, Martin Duffy, who I welcome you to our broadcast, that has been of a very, very good standard of football.
Oh, it's been wonderful football on Saturday and again here on Monday at Campbelltown. Very free-flowing. The Steelers looked pretty tired in that first half, I thought, but they rallied a little bit in that second or third quarter.
Yeah, it might have taken a little bit out of their legs, Duff, in relation to the very, very warm conditions on Saturday. So hopefully a little bit cooler here today, as we can see from some of the gathering with have adorned the wind cheaters, but it's been very, very warm down here in Tasmania in the last few days. So the STJFL, as our previous commentator Brad Hastie said, will be urging their charges on. They would like to put themselves forward for representative football, and we're better than under these conditions here at the Campbelltown Oval. It is the STJFL who are kicking with a breeze that is favouring them. It's right behind us there, Duff. It's sort of coming from the southwest, so it certainly will be, and even across the ground, favouring the STJFL end a little.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the Steelers here in this final quarter. As you said, a bit of a breeze going to the STJFL's way.
So the Steelers running this game out. That was courageous play going to the open side of the ground. Backing back is Marty Burton, who had an absolutely outstanding start to the game. It was Williams who came in and put that big tackle on, but it was deemed to have been slipped up a little bit too high, and it is a free kick going to the visitors. I think that was Price. Goes the low pass, goes to the front and centre where Langford picks that ball up. What I like there, Langford gave that ball off and then just kept running to receive the next ball. Can't do so, so the STJFL come in. That's through the agency of Connor Ling, the Jedi Warrior, backing through the middle again. Kicking that ball over his right shoulder is Langford. The big man Barnes comes out, who got a very nice goal early in the game. Caleb Folks goes back in. They're certainly not giving it up, and that was the message from Coach Hudson. He was saying to his charges he was most impressed by the backbone that they showed in that third quarter. They were down and out, and they worked really, really hard to come back, and there's a couple of great players, Duff.
Oh, I did note in the third quarter the great cockroach, Danny Ling, sitting out there. Oh, what a great player he was with Glenorchy back in the day, and of course that's his son, who's the dad, of course, of young Ling playing out here today.
Because he famously played with Paul Hudson's father, Peter, at the TCA Glenorchy v Hobart. And Danny Ling picked up the 3 Brownlow votes because Peter Hudson only kicked 19 goals.
No, he kicked 18
18,
goals.
wasn't it?
And I was there as an 8-year-old. 1978 it was.
Bit stiff, Duff. 18 goals and couldn't get the 3 votes. But anyway, there's the man who got the 3 votes, the cockroach. Nice mark, steadying the play. That was Langford for the Steelers. Lovely use of the ball normally. Gets it down. Front and centre is Dobson. But there is Connor Ling. Gapin always looks to try and use the ball as best he can. Harrison McLeod looks very fit, McLeod, Duff, doesn't he, these days?
Yeah, no, very fit player. One of the better junior players at this age in the state, I'd say.
Yeah, I think he's benefited from the last year, Duff, he played up a division. So he really did challenge himself. So he's had a year already against boys quite a bit older.
He's had a haircut too, didn't he have that long floppy hair for a few years?
Very much so. As Brad and I said earlier in the coverage, he had the Leo Sayers going about him, which all these young kiddies would have no idea what we're talking about. Of course you do, Duff. You're a man of the disco era.
I had the mullet happening at this age.
You did?
Yeah.
Actually, I think there was a photograph of you, I don't know if Jerry can bring it up, when you were dancing down at Falls Festival with the mullet.
Oh, no, don't go there, please.
So it is the Steelers taking their time here on the wing.
Bring it up, Jerry, if you like. I don't mind.
Raking kick.
It's a G-rated show, this.
Well, I tell you what, that's not G-rated photo, Duff.
Bring back the Falls Festival.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So here go the STJFL. It was Richardson who knew that he was going to be taking the tackle. He braced himself and turned his body. Same with Butler. Love the way Butler's gone about his work. The boy who plays down at Sandy Bay, he's been good across half-back, Duff.
Right, okay. I think that might be Neo's brother. Neo, of course, probably about 18, 19 now, playing... Is it University, I think he might be playing with?
Oh, yes.
Played with Jack down at Sandy Bay, my son.
Yes. It's your son with very, very gifted footballer, Duff, but he's gone to the umpiring fraternity. And
no, he's making a comeback this year.
Oh, he's done a bit of both?
Yeah, no, he's back at uni in the reserves.
Oh, that's fantastic, as I'm sure he won't be long in there, Duff, before he goes up to higher company as Price puts that ball forward. Good tackle there by the STJFL, and this is where they've been good. They get the ball now, and they look to run, and here they will spread, as that's out to Liam Ling. Always looks to use the ball very, very effectively. Went without it, did Heels, but now he goes back inside, just lowers the eyes a bit. Good defensive work there. The big fella Millwood can't quite get the tap on that one. It's Connor Ling this time who just gets the lower centre of gravity, gives the don't argue, pushes off his opponent, goes out wide. STJFL were trying to finish this one off. They sort of worked their way into it. They were in first gear for about halfway through the first quarter, and then they just went second, third, fourth very, very, very quickly. And they've had the game under control pretty much all of it, although that said, the Steelers have wrestled some of that ascendancy back. So they'll enjoy this second part of the tour. It is Ling. Comes back inside, and there's a strong mark. For a minute there, I thought the fumble was going to drop the ball, but Henderson was able to hang on to it, and he goes back and he'll have this shot on goal. He's already kicked 1 goal, Duff.
Now, this is a good mullet.
That isn't a bad mullet.
I'm happy with this, yeah.
Here he goes, Shane Henderson. Let's have a look at this ball drop. Wind will be pretty much behind him.
Straight through the middle.
Oh, that was a very, very good kick there, Duff. So nice goal there by Henderson. That's his second. And with just about 7 minutes gone, we see here on the Mood Food replay. Just, excuse me, beautiful technique there, Duff.
Oh, perfect ball drop, and yep. He looks the goods, as do a lot of these other players in this squad for the STJFL. This must be one of the, in all seriousness, one of the more stronger southern-based footy teams at this age group that we've seen in a long time.
Without a doubt, Duff, I know.
And there's a couple missing.
There are a few missing.
Young Cooney's not playing today.
Yep, there's a few there. And it always has been identified that this group had the potential, Duff, and that's a dangerous word to use at junior level, but they are going well at this stage up at this particular age group. We do know that the drop-off rate can be marked at this level, but they've stayed at it together, as that was a really dangerous kick coming towards that area where Langford was able to disarm them, and goes back in towards the square. Here they go running towards number. Brilliant tackle. Gee, that was a good tackle on the last line of defence by the STJFL. Just be careful to try and keep that ball out. You don't want to pull it in now. The umpire will quickly come in, but umpire Kelly will come in and bounce that ball up.
Now, I've got a little trivia question for you in a moment. We'll just see what happens here, but we'll come back to that.
That
question.
was Richardson of Brighton there, Duff. Was such a strong tackle. There is Carter Roach, also a Lauderdale product. I like that kick. If you're in danger, don't go back up in through the centre, as Marty Brereton, who was so good at the start of the game, he's trying to tap that one out. Umpires urge him to throw it out, and it'll be a ball up.
Now, Hoppy, if Mornington are known as the Steelers, what is the STJFL known as?
The Horns.
The Horns.
Yep.
Yep. And there's a reason for that?
Oh, absolutely. It's in, you know, they what they like to do is trumpet their success and get on the horn and blow it. But more than that, it's named after the visionary and the man who's been at the helm for, I just double-checked, 58 years he's been the president, Jim Horn. I agree, we need a name.
Yeah.
We do need a name.
The girls were stamping Devils earlier, but that's really surely a reference
that's
to
taken.
the stateside.
It's a state team.
Nice build-up here again.
It is a good build-up, as that was Nielsen, the vice-captain, being dispossessed and going back towards the goals. The umpire thought he's going to wave the single, but he said, that's all clear. Beautiful kick for goal. We'll have a look at that again on the Mood Food replay.
Not sure who that player was. We'll find that out in a second, but gee, another great build-up, another great goal. We've seen that on a number of occasions today in this match.
Yeah, very, very good goal. Here we go on the Mood Food replay. Picking this one up, going back inside. Can't quite mark, but it was a good spoil. This is, oh, look at this. Deep is there. No, that's Ling. Beautiful play by him. That's Connor Ling, Duff, so that's his second goal. Very, very dangerous by foot and hand. So we're halfway through this last quarter, playing, of course, 20 minutes. Well, if we think some of our great partners / sponsors, Duff, of course, we've got Bennett Petroleum. Maybe we can be the Bennett Petroleum STJFL Bowsers, as in petrol Bowser. I had to explain that one to you. The main man down here doing the stats, Jerry, got it very quickly. I'm up for, we could be Brighton's best bakehouse chicken pies. Oh, how good are the pies at the Brighton's best bakehouse, Stuff? Oh. G'day to Scotty Donaghy and all the crew up there, and that's a good strong mark from the STJFL.
Is that Henderson again?
Yep. This is Hills.
Oh, this is Hills.
Yep, this is Eden Hills.
Gee, the mullet must be very popular in the STJFL.
He was the young fella just a few minutes ago, Duff, a very strong tackle, which was given against him. But this time he goes back.
Nice. And
no movement from the umpire as Hills puts that one through for another goal. Well, it's been a tale of two different games for the visiting Steelers, Duff, where they had a very, very good win against the NTJFA on the Saturday. So maybe they would have come into this game thinking themselves, well, we're warm favourites against these Tasmanians. And the STJFL, they thought they have to stand up for themselves for Tasmania's right for bragging rights, and they've done a very good job. And we hope that both of these, well, all three actually, teams have enjoyed this triangular series, Duff.
I think it's been a very successful couple of days, but of course it's, well, let's get it down to the Hobart next year.
I think in talking to Andrew Suter, that will be their intent next year if the STJFL are going to be part of it. But it was a late change this year, and the NWTA or just pulled out minute duff, so the STJFL came in. That's the reason why they stayed up in the northern part of the state. So I think you were saying that if that's the case, maybe they might sort of fly into Launceston, play the game at UTAS, and then just drive on down the highway. Now there is the hard-working Tony Gibson, the chief executive of the STJFL. And as they say in STJFL parlour stuff, if you want to shake a tree, a Gibson will fall out. That Gibson clan are the hard-working family, aren't they? They are absolute rippers, the Gibson family. I say that with a bit of a joke, but they are there all the time, on the gate, doing all the voluntary stuff. Of course, Gibbo is the executive, but they good quality football family, Duff.
Certainly a great contribution they've made to junior football in Tasmania, as we've had a very short 50 paid here against the Mornington side. Not sure what that was for.
Carter Roach, though, takes advantage of it. He kicks long, and that was probably the kick just to pull that one back. It's easy upon reflection, Duff, but just put it to the top of the square, that one. You either make the distance or put it to the top of the square. As trying to find Jack Windsor on this particular occasion. Windsor coming back indoors. Can't pick the ball up cleanly. Tripped was Hughes. Comes back to them. This is a lovely kick, lowering the eyes and finding McGann from Clarence. He's a good cut of a lad too, Duff.
Certainly is. A lot of good movers out here.
So he is now going back. He'll have a shot on goal. So we're 15 minutes in almost. As taking the time over the ball. That particular time was probably right on the distance, I reckon, there, Duff. That's the reason for the way the ball went across the body through for that minor score. Strong mark taken by Langford. Langford on the left boot. It comes over the back.
Didn't have it.
Williams picks it up, but
well,
there's another good mullet there, Duff.
Good umpiring, just bringing him back over his mark there.
By Tommy Williams. Here is Williams. Well, he's gone way back this particular time, looking for Harper. Harper goes the handball. So they're really trying to go laterally to use a bit of the width. Don't want to go too fancy here, Duff, when it's been working. What I've liked about the STJFL is the way they've got the ball in really quickly. And that's the sort of kick that's been unselfish. As Richards could have just come around,
blasted and hope for the best.
Absolutely, but you see his intent. He didn't even actually look at the goal, Duff. He looked, his eyes came up to find a player, as all of a sudden Gapen thought to himself, well, this is on my distance, and he's dished that ball off.
And of course, his old man Mark was a very good footballer, played in a few premierships.
Oh, yeah,
Guess
very
what
much.
He would have done there?
He
would have gone for goal, mate.
Of course he would have gone for goal. Not these young fellas. They're well scored. Here is McGann. He was the young man who kicked that ball out of bounds and didn't quite learn from the last time, Duff. He still pushed it across his body and threw for the minor score. So it is the STJFL in possession at the moment, in and around their 50. But just haven't been able to capitalise on their very fine work, as that one's come very, very wide. But again, Duff, when we had that discussion with Andrew Suter, the president of the MPJFL, he was just saying what a great group of boys and girls that they are travelling with. Very respectful and well-behaved group.
It's wonderful, isn't it, to come on the road, and as you were saying, you learn a lot about life.
You do.
As you come away from your...
The only thing I'd love to see brought back into travel with the kids, Duff, is the old billet system. I love the billet system.
I don't know about that.
You just toss a coin and you never know you're going to go with, You could be, come to Tassie, you could be pulled out of the barrel and be lucky enough to think, I'm staying at the Hopwoods, and then you think, oh no, I'm staying at the Duffys. God, I bought the short straw, just fantastic. See, the STJFL here, Duff, are just playing the possession game here. as Carter Roach goes wider, looking for Williamson. Again, further afield to Brereton, just taking a bit of sting out of the game as now Brereton runs around very, very quickly, gets that ball rolling, end over again. Here is Ling. Well, he's already scored 1 goal from that pocket from a very tough angle. Again, as always is the case, they're trying to find someone in the best position, and that one has gone to the side. It is the only blemish, isn't it? It is their goal kicking, Duff.
Yeah, 31 scoring shots to 7.
And with that 31, there's been a couple that have gone wide of the goals as well. So they've had plenty of opportunities, have the STJFL in today's game. But I think when they reflect and re-watch some of this game, they'll probably think there's a lot of really good things that they can take out of it. And of course, like in all games of football, plenty of learning experiences as well. Here goes the Steelers, and he goes as far as Millwood. As soon as the big man gets it, he is the setter one. And here is where there have been good, as Brereton runs really wide from that half-back flank position. Oh, that's...
Oh, it's at the post.
Gee whiz, he's got no theatre as the goal umpire. He should have given that one a goal, Duff. That was a cracker, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great build-up again by Brereton, was it?
Marty Brereton, he ran from very, very deep in the defensive line there to take that ball. Very aggressive half-back flanker, isn't he, Duff?
Signet boy?
Yep. Here he is again. The last one, of course, he blazed away. Not blazed away, he calculated and he went for goal. Here is Richards going the short pass, and gee whiz, goes to 3 STJFL players who have been left on their Pat Malone there, Duff, and it comes down to Shane Henderson, who nonchalantly just cruised in there and slotted through his 3rd goal.
I think these boys from Mornington have, they're looking for the siren now. They're looking pretty tired, and fair enough too. You know, 2 games in 3 days, Hoppy. That's a big ask, but they've come up against a very good outfit today.
Well, they have good opposition, and they'll very much look forward to the Gorge tonight when they get back to Launceston, straight up to the Gorge, Duff, I understand. Go and immerse themselves in that lovely water. Isn't that a great place, the Cataract Gorge, Duff? Right in the middle of town in Launceston. It's just a magnificent spot. As Gapin, he goes back, looks towards Harper, been dispossessed. Taylor kicks it forward, but well played there by Carter Roach.
Yeah, having a good last quarter as Roachy.
He has. And talking of that siren, as we did, there is the siren indeed, Duff. It is all over, and it is the STJFL as we check Brighton's best Bakehouse scoreboard, 14-19, 103 to the MPJFL 3-4-22. So for the victors, Duff, it was Shane Henderson got 3, Blake Harper 2, Cody Whiten got 2. Who else there? Connor Ling a couple, and Jackson Thorpe 2. Liam Ling, Eden Hills and Millwood 1. And for the Steelers, it was Justin Barnes, Will Beasy, and we think that was Dakota Litchfield was the other one in the goals. But all in all, a fantastic tour here by the MPJFL Steelers, Duff, in what's been a very entertaining couple of days of football.
Yeah, like we said on Saturday at UTAS, they were just absolutely outstanding against an undermanned NTJFA under 16 side, but they come up against a much different opposition today. But they did look a little bit tired because it was very warm conditions on Saturday, so that probably took it out of them. But you know, they came out after half-time in this match, and I thought played really well in the 3rd quarter. I think that's when they kicked all their goals, Andrew.
They did, Duff. That's exactly when they got a wriggle on, and they looked to play with a lot better system. But sometimes, Duff, you know the rules in sport, you can only play as well as the opposition allow. And the STJFL were really on today, weren't they?
Certainly were.
And there is Coach Hudson, who'll just have his charges, bring them in. Of course, he's in charge of the development squad down there, Duff.
What a great man he is, and what a great family the Hudson family has been to Tasmanian football.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely huge. So Wonderful day here at Campbelltown, Duff. We hope that everyone has enjoyed the coverage. It's been our pleasure to bring you the 2 days. Of course, we're on board on Saturday when Peachy took over on the central commentary position.
Oh, he did a great job too.
Did it with aplomb. And the MPJFL, we've only heard great reports about their trip. And as we said, Andrew Suter, the president, has had a very, very enjoyable tour. So that's all from us then, Duff.
That's it. We go back to Hobart now.
We are down the highway. So for everyone that has, tuned in today, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage and look forward to Duff TV this year. We've got a big, big season coming ahead with junior football. Isn't it great to bring positivity around Duff, and nothing more positive to me than 4,000 young kiddies rushing around, getting very, very fit and active in the STJFL football competition, the biggest football competition in Tasmania. So stay tuned for that. So that's all from us from Campbelltown, from Jerry, from Duff, and from the old Silver Fox in the main commentary tower. We wish you a very, very happy long weekend, and we'll see you very shortly at the footy. How they pull up, that was Maxi Gapin who went that spoil. Now they're combining very nicely as the STJFL, trying to go up that outer side. Coming back indoors are the Steelers, back towards the centre half forward position. Spelt that ball, goes high, ball's in dispute. Big pack of players, no one there, front and centre. You can see it's slightly congested at the start, but that was very nicely played. There is Harper, goes on his left foot. Look at the big pick up there, goes back inside. Oh, did everything right. It's pulling back, and that has come from the top shelf, Brad Hastie.
Absolutely, that was great from Harper there. Clarence ball.
So that was nice play, as that was Richards. Richards coming back out, looking to get the handball out towards Ling, and that's a 50. That's very costly.
You just see the difference there, just playing in front. That kick in from Harper was not pinpoint, but it was just to the spot.
Yep.
Richards on a lead, and now we're going to surely kick a goal.
So here is Liam Ling. And Ling, we're never going to say the umpire's incorrect there, Brad, but we had we had a great look at that one, didn't we?
I thought it might have been Jackson's mark there. Yep. I think Williamson snatched it off him.
Oh, well, comes back again to the STJFL.
Won't make any difference.
It doesn't indeed, and that was persistence there as it came out, comes loose. The STJFL are really on their bikes and running hard in numbers, and that's the one thing I've noticed already as it comes back inside to Williamson. He'll always look for someone else to go to. Tricking down now, they have got one last chance. Long raking kick just comes over the top, couldn't quite pick it in, was Whiten, but there at the back mopping up, I think that was Connor Ling, and Ling has popped that one through. Gee whiz, that was good play. I thought all an opportunity to get the free kick as Butler goes long and right at the top of his form. Whiten comes out, stretches the Dukes up and has pulled in that mark, and he's taken a couple of strong marks. If you can see here, look at the vertical leap. He's taken it right at the highest point possible. And his first kick at goal wasn't great, but I tell you what, I think he's made up for it this time as he has put that one through for a goal. And one of the positive things as well, Brad, as the siren has to see if you can get it out. If not, I'd rather give the free kick away there than downfield. And here is McLeod. He's looking very, very fit and going in. Gee whiz,
those hands of Jackson Thorpe's.
Beautiful mark. Absolutely lovely.
For a guy his size, he's a really hard match.
Yep.
Jackson, he's got a great set of hands and he's really good in the air. And he's just as competent on the ground as well. Tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup. Yeah, when you said that, when you look at the height that's out there, he's not one that stands out, but gee whiz, that was a very, very effective mark as he backed back in.
This afternoon for the club.
Oh, that's good. Well, there was Williamson back into Thorpe, and Thorpe, beautiful vertical leap, up he goes. And the other fellow we mentioned a minute ago, young Millwood, of course, kicked 6 goals in the grand final last year in the under-14 division.
He can play.
Yeah,
he's a player.
So here we go. It is the STJFL. Slower pace in this quarter. But look at that. I tell you what, their entries have been spot on, haven't they? Sort of more from the south. So it probably, if anything, just slightly favouring the STJFL end that they are kicking now. So it's 15.5 minutes gone in the second quarter. We hope that you are enjoying the game here. It's the STJFL v the MPJFL. Of course, that is the Mornington Peninsula, and that is a brilliant pick-up there by Thorpe. And a lovely kick. How about the link-up play here by the STJFL? That one there, Brad, has come from the top shelf.
That was fantastic. Good linking up.
Kick up as they come out, and there might be Fletcher, Richard.
Cracknell.
Is it that Cracknell, is it?
Yeah, Cracknell to Fletcher.
Yep. So going back inside and drifting back is Harper. That's as good a mark as you'll see in the ST. Been through the first and second gears. They got her into third, and I reckon they're just cruising on about fifth now and getting ready to get her into top gear. As there is Taylor who picks it up for the Mornington Peninsula, but the siren has beaten him as there's a bit of a boot straight into the old faces if you need that when you're trailing by a lazy 60-odd points. But it reads the STJFL 9-6-60 to the MPJFL Steelers 2 behind. Selectors are here eyeing off how they go. It's a good indication if that they can step up against some good opposition.
And I think too, with regards to the football we play these days, you see it in the AFL so much where it's a system.
Yes.
So they won't be out there trying to get as much footy as they can. It'll be about trying to do everything that they're being coached to do and told to do. They want to be doing everything right.
Well, there you go. Well played there by the Steelers as they get that much-needed goal. That just might be the fillip that they need, the Steelers.
I think just being able to break the lines, put the pressure on the back half, on the back line for the STJFL.
So here they go. Now it comes out to Vizza, and here was the goal scorer from just a few minutes ago, and I tell you what, it is Will Beasy now. They have really... He's only the young one. He probably thought to himself, if you don't mind, please give it over the top, but man, just demand the ball. Here they go. Oh, look at that. Lowering the eyes, and saw the formidable frame of Millwood standing there aloft. And it's not someone that you can miss quite easily, as we alluded to before, Brad. This young fella kicked a lazy half a dozen in the grand final last year in the under-14s as he comes in.
Yeah, and good to see him on the end of a couple.
Yeah, for all the attacking that they've done, they weren't as polished and give your forwards an option, but it is the STJFL now. We'll bring it towards that easterly side. That kick was a little bit inaccurate, and it's given the Steelers a chance to come back in with accuracy. Let's have a look at it. And it's cost them a goal, Brad. So although they're well in front, I don't think Coach Struthers will be too thrilled with that stuff.
Now this is a good mullet.
That isn't a bad mullet.
I'm happy with this. Yeah.
Here he goes. Shane Henderson. Let's have a look at this ball drop. Wind will be pretty much behind him.
Straight through the middle.
Oh, that was a very, very good kick there, Duff. So nice goal.
Build up here again.
It is a good build up, as that was Nielsen, the vice captain, being dispossessed and going back towards the goals. The umpire, I thought he was going to wave the single, but he said that's all clear. Beautiful kick for goal. We'll have a look at that again on the Mood Food replay.
Not sure who that player was. We'll find that out in a second, but gee, another great build-up, another great goal. We've seen that on a number of occasions today in this match.
The last one, of course, he blazed away. Not blazed away, he calculated he went for goal. Here is Richards going the short pass, and gee whiz, goes to 3 STJFL players who have been left on their Pat Malone there, Duff, and it comes down to Shane Henderson. And talking of that siren, as we did, there is the siren indeed, Duff. It is all over, and it is the STJFL as we check Brighton's best bakehouse scoreboard, 14-19, 103 to the MPJFL 3-4-22. So